Alright then, Yakuza 5 time. Um, as a runner introduction, I'm Tomppaa. I run quite a few of these all sub-stories categories of the Yakuza games. If you're not familiar with the sub-story mechanics, they are side quests. You know what side quests are, probably. But this game has 78 of them, and yeah, we'll start when I press off on the auto assignment. So I assume we're ready to start on time. Yep, so 3, 2, 1, start. Immediately we got bombarded with a bunch of items. Those are for having save data of other Yakuza games. We are not allowed to actually use them in the run, so we'll just ignore them. In 80% we would just leave them in the inventory but not use them, but we actually need that inventory space now, so we will discard them when the time comes. And if you were around for the opening run of the marathon, this game kind of works similarly to Yakuza 4. We have parts that are based on the character. So we start with Kiryu, whereas Yakuza 4 ended with Kiryu. And in terms of where the story is headed, Kiryu is now in Fukuoka, if you're familiar with that city in western Japan. And yeah, we'll go through the basic mechanics here. First things first, we want to buy some stuff. And yeah, if you remember the camera mechanic of Yakuza 4, it kind of works the same way here. It doesn't work as effectively, but panning the camera down does cause a little bit less NPCs to spawn. And NPCs in this game are horrible. If you bump into them, you like stagger and you slow down, and they are just a straight up wall. So in certain cities, it is really a problem. But we'll try to avoid NPCs as much as possible. Sometimes they can also be fight spawns in this game. You won't even know, you just bump into them and it's a fight. So let's see. So Ebisu Pawn, gonna buy some stuff. 7 stamina and excess and 3 blackjacks. Blackjacks are very useful as weapons. Quick heat actions that do quite a lot of damage, and they're very cheap. We are kind of limited on money, a lot of these characters. And the stamina and excess are useful for getting heat up quickly, since we'll be spamming those heat actions. Something to note about when the choices come up each time. In most Yakuza games, it's a lot more simple, where you can just like hold up or down, and the choices kind of just roll down the selection. But in this game, on the PC version specifically, it's really weird how it doesn't have that same confirmation thing. So if you're holding R1 and X to skip text, it just goes through the selection on its own. And it can be a bit troublesome if we make wrong choices. Alright, but since this is chapter 1, we don't really have any sub-stories to do yet. We'll just go through the tutorials. Since this is the first character, go through the most tutorials, I'd say. But we have tutorials for other characters too. Gotta send some money. 10,000 yen. You see, we're really low on money. We had to send that money to, I think it was the kids. Yeah. I'm trying to remember the story exactly. So since we are seen at an ATM, these guys are like, yo, give us some money. So here's our first fight. We want to knock them over to the trash cans. Kicking enemies, or rather kicking objects into enemies, causes quite a lot of damage. We want to utilize that mechanic. Oh my god. And since we don't have any good abilities yet, we'll just have to use light attacks. Those are the regular low damage attacks. Which I still find a bit strange, like, as if we just forgot everything of Yakuza 4. We're just off with no abilities. Wait, no, I'm confused. That taxi. Yes. So luckily, since this game is 10 hours for the run, we do have a couple break segments. The first one is very early, right here. These are what we call walk and talk sections. In Yakuza 4 there was one as well. You saw it in the 90% run. On console you could not skip that, but on PC you could. In this game you can't skip them even on PC. So we'll just have to listen to them talking for 2.5 minutes, I think this first one is. What else to say about this game? So, there's 5 characters you're gonna play as in 4 parts. Part 3 is the longest since you play as 2 characters. And then the finale is also split up into chapters, whereas in Yakuza 4 it was just a singular finale. In this one it's 5 chapters. And each of the characters is kind of in their own city, and they can't really cross over much. As Kiryu is here in Fukuoka, we'll see Sapporo later, we'll see Osaka as well, as in Sotenbori, that's familiar from other Yakuza games. And we'll see Nagoya as well. And of course Kamurocho, that's the main hub of the Yakuza games. And each character sort of has their own side story as well, that we'll somewhat have to interact with. For Kiryu, that is the taxi driving. We'll only have to do actually 1 taxi mission. That's the tutorial, but we'll do races. We'll have to do about 6 of them, I think. 5? Something like that. Alright. We're eating. We'll see a lot of eating in some ways later with a certain chef character. If you know, you know. Here we have another tutorial fight. I think this is kind of intended as like to show you, oh, you can buy abilities this way. So try your abilities on these enemies here. So we will. First, we'll go through our items. We'll discard all the bonus items. And we'll equip all of the blackjacks. Oops. And then we will buy tech and heat. So this hammer hook is the basic attack of Kiryu. The 3 light attacks and 2 heavy attacks. We're going to be using that a decent amount. And you can see this guy in the back, just nonchalantly staring at us. As you do. Dashing young lad. Tiger Drop is not really utilized in this run, unfortunately. I think it's a pretty cool mechanic. But it just doesn't have any viability in this one. There's a certain weapon we get in the very late game, for Kiryu specifically, that he's gonna use for the entirety of the final chapter. Yeah, since it requires training in this game. Not just an ability you can buy. But we have other methods. Blackjacks, for example. We'll see that in the upcoming fight. As soon as we get freed from talking. Oh, I forgot to mention he's going under an alias in this game, so it's Taichi Suzuki. He's not Kiryu Kazuma. Alright, so we'll pull up a blackjack, focus on one enemy. And we will get our heat back up and avoid the other guy. And there we go. So this Feel the Heat is gonna one-shot this other enemy. Ouchies. That's why blackjacks are really good. Super fast heat actions and they do a decent amount of damage. Alright, now we can go home. And I'll be panning the camera up and down like this throughout to watch for fight spawns. If I hear someone yelling, oh, and NPCs can spawn on you like that, that's also annoying. But if I hear someone yelling, then that's a fight spawn and I just need to start walking slowly. The first dashing young lad shows back up. Something I am sort of glad about the fight spawns is that they have a little text bubble above their head to differentiate them. And you can avoid them by just walking. But also, you do have those annoying, unavoidable fight spawns as just regular NPCs that you can bump into. And you can have these like groups of squatters that you can't get close to at all. First of all, Dragon Spirit. This is Kiryu's special ability. We'll just have to use it once to show that we know how to use it. Now we can go home. And yeah, the fight spawns usually have some pretty funny lines that they scream out. Alright. So I'll probably save after every chapter just in case, you know, you don't know whether something's gonna go wrong, and saving is pretty fast. There is a little quirk with the PC version of this game where you have to actually lock it to 60 FPS via like your graphics card settings. Or otherwise it's just gonna freeze at some point. So if you are thinking of running the game, make sure you do that. I of course have done that. I don't have the FPS counter on this, but that's also usually necessary. This is Mayumi. She's kinda living with Kiryu, sort of. Or living with Suzuki, sorry. Who is Kiryu? We don't know who that is. Gotta go to work. So, yeah, now fight spawns are in full effect. So, we'll be doing this panning thing. Because panning down despawns NPCs that are already there, but it doesn't despawn fight spawns. So, they won't like blend into the crowd and we can actually tell them apart. Okay, there's a fight spawn right there. You can see the little pink text bubble. I can actually sneak past him. That's cool. Okay, well, there's another one. That one's a rich guy. They usually give like either money prizes or something that sells for a high value. So I'll use my Dragon Spirit here a little bit, but I do want to save my heat for the next fight. It's just really convenient to have the full heat for the next fight. But these guys do have too much health for me to like use a regular combo on them. Okay. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, well that works out. So these guys are the devil killers. They'll have like certain fixed spots that they have like a guy that can aggro onto you. But since we know the spots, we'll always just know to avoid those spots. Then it's driving time. We'll do our one and only taxi mission, where we don't even have to follow the laws. We don't even have to follow the route fully, as long as we get to the destination. Do not drive like I do. It's gonna prompt us with the buttons as if I'm not already doing it. Be careful not to actually hit people because that will force you backwards. And we do have to let people cross. Right. There's some annoying quirks with the pedestrians. Okay, also cars can appear and they are annoying to avoid. Annoying quirks with pedestrians because they'll just like try to run across the street. But yeah, we made it without anything crazy happening. There's a lot of choices that just don't matter at all. Also, jump scare. That was a bit too late of a warning, but jump scare right there. Okay, so now we'll do some racing. We do a lot of drifting here. Gain boost. And we do want to avoid hitting the edges because they just completely stop you in your tracks. Crashing into other cars is not that big of a deal, but yeah, we don't want to hit the edges. Okay, well, that's not ideal either. Sometimes you'll talk about truck RNG. Okay, well, that was good for me, actually. If you could stop crashing into me. We'll use a boost here, so we can avoid the heat action tutorial. That little blue line on the circuit there is a heat action. Yes, even driving has heat actions. So this is a forced win. You can't actually lose this. Unless you quit out of it, I guess. But yeah, because his car just breaks down. So that's racing. We'll have to do a few races to unlock sub-stories. And there's a couple sub-stories where you have to also do races. But yeah, the real action doesn't, in terms of sub-stories that is, the real action doesn't start until the next chapter. This is still largely the same as any percent. Which, by the way, the 80% for this game is the longest the whole Yakuza series. We thought that Infinite Wealth would be a little bit longer, but with recent route changes, it has actually gotten faster than this game. So Yakuza 5 stays on top. The sub-stories themselves don't actually add up that much into the game, considering the overall length. It's 6 hours for the 80% and then 10 hours for all sub-stories. It's not that crazy of an addition. And this game probably has, I would argue, the most varied sub-stories. Is that controversial? I don't know, I think these sub-stories are pretty fun. But you can just kind of cheese through all of them for the most part. So for the speedrun's sake, you can't see all the fun stuff. Yeah, no pocket circuit, that's true, but we do have other mini games like idle games, I guess, and taxi racing. Here is the chef, Tatsuya. You'll see his face quite a lot throughout the run. So essentially every single character has to interact with him, then recommend him some local restaurants, and then see a new dish that he creates. And that gives you certain abilities related to food. So if you eat certain food items from restaurants, you gain certain buffs. for as long as your secondary health bar is up. So you can get like your attacks do more damage, your heat actions do more damage, you gain more heat, things like that. They don't come into play that much, a little bit in the finale. I mean, the idol versus idol thing is not that far from the truth, because we have to quit out of like 90% of them. So, we want to Dragon Spirit this guy, because Morinaga and Aizawa together is kind of an annoying combination to deal with. We just smack him until the QTE. That's why I wanted to have some heat. So we can just stomp on him, then. Okay, the heat action, thank you. There we go. Yeah, that is also a break time. We'll get to that in 5 hours, I think. Something like that. Actually, down to... So yeah, sub-stories appear on the map as little question marks. You can see them as we go along. But for now, we're just gonna go home without any distractions. Usually there's always a fight spawn here. Okay, well there is one right there. The car is in the way, so that's good. And you can see the Devil Killer just kind of lurking around that apartment. That is one of the fixed spots. So we'll just have to walk around him a little bit. Okay. Movement does a little bit of a weird trickery there. The camera angle changes. It's weird. Alright. We sleep. That's already chapter 2 done. The plot unfolds. So we get a little bit of backstory as to why Kiryu is here in the first place. Haruka is an idol, and Kiryu didn't want to stay in her life because of his past. So he's just kind of living on his own now, thinking that what he's doing is for the best of everyone. So that's the backstory summed up. Alright. Gotta go to work again. We'll start the first sub-story here. Just quickly listen in on this conversation. Why? Oh, I thought you were a fight spawn. It looked like one. Okay, there's another devil killer, so they can lurk here too. Right. Now, we can do some racing. So we'll do 2 race missions, because that unlocks a new employee for this office, and he is required for a sub-story. So these missions are essentially you dealing with the devil killers. Like, one by one, basically going from like the bottom ranking guys all the way to the top. I think there's 9 race missions in total. But yeah, we only have to do 2 of them. Okay, so here's where truck RNG comes into play. They can really spawn in awful places sometimes and prevent you from going past. Okay. Also, yeah, something to talk about this and this racing minigame is that I personally don't think it's very good. The rubber banding in it is honestly like egregious. No matter how far you get ahead, the game will just rubber band the opponent super close to you. So we're only doing this fast to finish the race fast. Not necessarily because we have to win with this speed. It doesn't matter. As long as you get the very last spurt of the race done faster than normal, then you'll basically win the race. But yeah, I agree with the core mechanics are still fun. I think the idea is fun. And the story behind it it's decent. There's some twists and turns. So we'll save this boost that we're gonna get. You can see it on the bottom right corner, the little gauge. We'll save that turbo for the end. I don't need to do this heat action. It's kind of like a last resort, like if you're really behind for whatever reason, like for example bad truck RNG, then you could use that heat action because that actually gets you ahead. But yeah, that's the way to win. How could we lose to a taxi driver? So we'll do the next mission right away. Searching for a son. the son in question is gonna be our next employee. So when we beat him, he joins. Kyokawa was his name, right? Alright, so basically the same thing as last time, except we take a little bit of a different route in this, I think. Is there's like split paths here. So first we go this way, but I think the second lap we take the medium route. But it's largely the same stuff as last time. I don't know if it's faster to do the drifting on straight paths or not. I don't know. I just always kind of do it if there's space. No way, it was still the short path. Okay, well, the medium path will be used in later races. Because this is not the end of it. Ooh, don't cry, okay. So again, I'm ahead. Well, not anymore, but I'm not too worried about falling behind. The boost here. And it's a win. This is what Yakuza is all about. Racing. And we'll do the sub-story that is related to him immediately. Because it's on the way back home. We're going back home, so... So some drama is going on. We were wondering Daigo is missing. Isn't that always the case? And the Tojo clan, you know, they're doing their own thing. Wanting to get Kiryu involved. So we have a sub-story here. This is the one that was just unlocked. We're going to a mixer. The options you choose here, again, they don't really matter at all. There's like negligible differences.
Yeah.
Maybe like a second or two for some of the choices. But I haven't actually timed all of them. So I'm just gonna go with the top option each time. Yep, so the story is... Ooh, look at that girl, she's cute. And Kiryu is supposed to be the wingman here. Check, please.
Yeah. Huh?
Something, you messed up all the choices, nothing happened. And then we go outside and they're like, can I have your number? Type stuff.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. No, she's not actually single, she was just hanging out.
Yeah.
Too bad, so sad. The solution is to go to a cabaret club, because of course. Alright. So that was a quick little taste into the sub-stories. Alright, well. I hate these host guys, because I feel like oftentimes they're like some of the most aggressive, while also blocking so many attacks. Also, there's another fight spawn right there. This is the curse of Yakuza 5. There's no limit to the fight spawns that can be in front of you at the same time. Whereas in some other games, it's kind of like limited. Like you can't have two different fight spawns aggro onto you in the later games. But in this game, there's no rules for anything. This is a fight spawn, that is a fight spawn. You can have like 10 back-to-back if you're really unlucky. That's what we gotta deal with. More drama. You know how it goes. Oh yeah, Judgment fight spawns, I remember those. And in some of those games, the enemies will just chase you like all across the map. This game, they kind of just give up after a little while. If you can outrun them, but most of the time they are just a tad bit faster than you. So it's harder to actually outrun them. So, this is a sub-story. Typically we ignore the guy and he goes away. But he runs a scam, and it's actually fastest to fall for his scam. We give him all our money, which is fine because we're gonna get some more money soon. And we only had like 2,000 yen, so it's really not a big deal. That was a quick one. If you refuse his deal, then you have to fight him. And that's a hassle, so let's just get scammed.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a familiar face, if you are familiar with Yakuza 3 and 4. It's Mac. Mac is back. So Mac is once again gonna teach us about revelations for the third time. And we have to sort of initiate the first revelation. We don't have to actually do the revelation itself. We just initiate the backstory of it. This guy is like, follow that girl. And you gotta actually like lose sight of the car. But what we can do instead is speed and try to catch the car so we fail the mission quicker. So we don't want to let the stalker get any closer. So somehow we lost sight of the car even though we went towards it. I don't know how that works, but I'll let the game decide that. Alright, so that's Mac. We get the revelation text for each of the characters, but yeah, we don't have to do any of the revelations. We just, again, we have to initiate it for a bunch of the characters. Actually, all of them, if I recall. Yeah. Because they're all sub-stories. Alright, we're gonna do this sub-story right now. This is what gets us our next money pot. We're gonna race a kidnapper. So we just have to overtake them even once and that's it. I let go of R2 accidentally. So if you overtake them at least once, the mission over. Let's see if I can squeeze past here. Yes. And then we have to fight the guys. These guys have a decent amount of health. And you might be tempted to just pick up the gun from the guy on the right. But that's not actually the greatest choice, to be honest. Guns are not that strong in this game. You would think they are, but really they're not. Okay, well, if you're gonna grab onto me. ideally you'd like do a bunch more light attacks when they're standing up, because it's harder to hit them when they're on the ground. But yeah, it is what it is. I'm not gonna use blackjacks on these guys. So there we go, 20,000 yen. We can live off of that. Yeah, something funny to point out about the experience, like every sub-story that you fail, you still get the XP if it completes the sub-story. And for a lot of the cases, yeah, you can just fail them and still complete them. That's how this game works. Because, like, I think ever since Yakuza 3, they've done that system where you can't permanently miss any sub-stories. Okay, so we just had to go to work, say, oh, the boss is not here, and then we leave work. So we try to find him. Let's see. Any fight spawns up ahead. To make the executive decision to go on the sidewalk, because it's safer. Okay, well, there is a fight spawn. Good choice. So we're going up this alley. We meet this detective guy, who will be seen quite a lot as well. Alright, so we go back to Olivier. That's the club that we were at in chapter 1. Okay, well, go around the lamppost. Fight spawn right in front of it, that's cool. So, okay, that guy looks like a fight spawn as well. That guy also looks like a fight spawn. You want to be careful with these. But sometimes there's a bit of a delay between you running and walking. Like, even though I'm pressing R1, it takes like 3 seconds for it to actually start walking. Sometimes you just have to stop. Strange. There's, what does it? Familiar face from other games. So, Dragon Spirit, the boss. Because yeah, when you defeat the boss, you have these scared enemies. The scared enemies die from one hit. Okay, well, that's all there was to it. How dare you interrupt me? Yeah, so that's a common thing. If you defeat the boss of a certain enemy group, then some of the minions will just kind of fall to the ground and they die to one hit. It's a handy feature.
So, what?
Oh, we have our first set piece here. So there's a couple features that we use here. One pretty commonly seen strat is opening doors. It might sound a bit strange, but opening doors is a bit slow in set pieces. Like if you like kick the door open, there's a little animation that takes a bit longer. But if you like build up a combo before you hit the door and one of your attacks hits the door, then it won't have the animation. Or if you have text boxes like this, they prevent you from opening the door. So if you start the combo as soon as the text box is about to end, then you also avoid the animation. So technically you could rely on Morinaga and Aizawa to do some leg work, but I'm really not trusting them to do anything. Are you guys done? Oh, you actually did something. That's good. Okay, these guys are grabbers. Okay, well, I failed that door thing. We'll just do it slow. If you go a little bit from the side... Wish I could show this thing properly. There we go. So, I will buy a bunch of tech upgrades now. We get a very useful attack known as Bounding Throw. That lets us infinite combo enemies. And this infinite combo essentially works on every kind of enemy in the game. Even the toughest bosses can be infinite comboed. Here's a boss, Yahata. You can throw him first. Smack a table on him. This is Bounding Throw. Okay, well, you can mess up the timing. Common strat is to like look backwards when initiating. Okay, why are the sofas flying? I'm really messing up my timing with Yahata here. A bit slower than what I'm used to. But alright. So now this should be QTE range. There we go. And now we have to escape. That right there, if you saw, that was a knockdown reversal. If you're about to get knocked down, you can like time a certain one of your attacks right and like get up immediately. Also something to note about furniture, as I mentioned at the very start of the game, kicking furniture does a lot of damage. So if you can do that, try. Okay, well, I could hit this guy. Peter doesn't have that many attacks that actually kick, but the fourth attack, when you're doing 4 light attacks in a row. The 4th one is a kick. If you're trying to do that. So yeah, we can avoid these enemies. Just grab some healing items there. The camera is going all wonky because of course it is. And we have to wait for the text boxes to pass. We have to do some crazy stuff, obviously. This is a Yakuza game. So these enemies are annoying because they walk backwards quite a bit. They're relatively fast at doing that too. You have to initiate your combo like really close to them. Okay, well, it's not good. Pick up. Here we have Honda. Gonna throw him. Stomp. Head press. Yeah, I wanted to do that again. It's really annoying if you get smacked around by the minions there. But now they all fall down. You have a golf club, so I'm gonna grab that golf club. Nice feature in these games, you can actually take enemies' weapons with you. That golf club will be useful. So some plot stuff goes down. Mararame here has kind of revealed certain things about Mayumi and also about Daigo. And we have to go around and look for Yahada. We'll do a bunch of sub-stories in this chapter. Whopping 12. First thing we do is talk to Tatsuya. This is the chef. We have to talk to him first before we initiate anything. But now that we've talked to him, we can go into certain local restaurants and then recommend them to him. Also, here's the sub-story. We have to help this guy with his exam. We can just say anything to him. Doesn't matter. I even tested this, like, if you get everything wrong, you still get the same exact price as when you get everything correct. So, yeah, doesn't really matter at all. Now we get to hear what his results were. And he thanks us for our efforts. Got an alertness hood, which is not very useful. Okay, so you can see squatters over there. I kind of wanted to show that. So I mentioned squatters earlier. They're an enemy type that, like, takes up an entire street. You can't walk on that street at all. If you do, then they'll just accost you. They're an especially annoying type on certain cities where you have no choice but to walk past them unless you want to, like, take a super long detour. So, you have to go all around the city to look for these Yahada guys. There's the first encounter. So I mentioned kicking. See, the bike kick did quite a lot of damage. Also, our first restaurant is right here. See that little text before we enter? That means it's one of the ones that you can recommend. Oh, I was reading chat, I didn't look. Yeah, I think the Yakuza series has been good fun. I only really got into it recently myself. Like, in terms of overall the Yakuza series being around and me knowing about it. I only started a little bit over a year ago. Yeah, it's been great fun. So here's the second batch of Yahata underlings. There's a sub-story right there, we'll do it right after. It's unfortunate that there's not that many taxis. They definitely put a lot more taxes in the Dragon Engine games. So, sub-story down the stairs. A situation similar to something in Yakuza 1. A girl called Haruka protects a dog. And Kiryu comes in and helps out. Degenerate washout. I love some of these names for these randos. So Haruka has run away from her dad, and we have to find her dad. But we won't do that right now, we'll actually move on with the story again. There's another spot for Yahata. To go all around the map. Of course there's a fight spot. Why wouldn't there be? If you walked a little bit further to the left, you could have been blocked by the car. So, we do the same thing we did the last boss. Of course, I miss the timing again. I think it's because I've been practicing Amon. Timing is a lot faster on those. So these slow enemies are actually harder to grasp. Also, here's a chase section. There's not that many of these in Yakuza 5. They're pretty commonplace in Yakuza 4. There's different mechanics in this game. We use bottles to smack them. Failing at QT is faster. Here's a sub-story that is typically avoided in any percent. It's really hard to walk past this sub-story trigger. Oh yeah, we want to actually do this sub-story. Alright. We do an interesting little route here where we start this sub-story. Why is there a fight spawn here? Come on, man. I need to talk to this guy. There's a taxi with emergency lights on. We're just gonna follow it and wonder why there are emergency lights on. So, there's another devil killer spot. We just walk past.
Yeah.
Over here we see another familiar face. Who could it be but Yuya? So we have to play dumb. Because, you know, we're under a hidden identity after all.
Yeah.
We basically bully him out of the conversation. But he comes back. And we have to wonder, why the heck is Yuya here? Why is he not in Stardust? So he's trying his own hand at working somewhere else. Running away from the reality. Anyway, we just ate at a restaurant. So we'll have to actually re-enter the restaurant. This is one of the ones you can recommend. We just have to quickly enter. We don't have to order anything, just walk in the front door. Alright. We'll go fishing. Why is there a fight spawn right in front of me? Classic experience. Glad everyone gets to experience typical fight spawns. Another fight spawn there. Wow. And this is the brick wall of civilians. Here's the owner of Zanmai, I think. Oh, yep. Inventory space. That's something you have to manage. If you don't have enough inventory space, you just can't even do this. So we'll get introduced to the minigame of fishing. There's two different kinds, actually. It's the river fishing that we're doing now. We have to actually catch something here. It's enough if we catch one fish. Okay, well, that's not a fish, but I don't know if it actually counts. I've never actually tried it with an umbrella. I'll just fish an actual fish to make sure that I pass this test. Alright. So this one we can just pull up immediately. We can stop fishing. And then he'll take us sea fishing.
はい。はい。はい。
The sea fishing minigame, it kind of went through an evolution between Yakuza 3, 4, 5. I think it's the best in 5, to be honest. You actually have better controls for it. But it's still... It just takes too long to reel in any kind of fish that are far away. And when you're trying to 100% the game and you have to catch every kind of fish, it's really... It just takes forever to catch anything. Yeah, Yakuza 3 was pretty rough. But luckily there's not that many fish in Yakuza 3. Whereas in these games it matters where you fish, at what time you fish, and all that, what bait you use. All of that matters, so it was a little bit more troublesome in that case. So, here's a restaurant. This is the final one to recommend.
いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。
Another fight spawn. So, we have a bunch of sub-stories next to each other. Supposedly a tough guy, but really not that tough. So we agreed to do a little exhibition wrestling match. Oh, there's the taxi, by the way. And here's Yuya. So yeah, we have to stop by one more time later. But we'll keep going up the street. Couple sub-stories here. Where did the taxi go? And... the Spangled Meteor. Why is there a fight spawn again? This is just a lot. The chase sections in Yakuza 4 are interesting. Like, when you just play them a lot, you'll like learn the quick turn a lot more, and like jumping is obviously fast, so something to utilize. I wanted to kick the bike. Well, these guys actually have a decent amount of HP, so can I kick you to the bike, please? All right.
Oh, yeah.
Badass lady. So she's like, your name is Suzuki. And you're a taxi driver. I've heard of a taxi driver whose name is Suzuki. And you're like, nope, I'll head out. But we have to race her later. Here is Haruka's dad. And this conveniently teleports us to this part of the map. I'll make use of a cool heat action here. It can be a little bit tough to actually pull off. Okay. But this takes care of 4 enemies at once. Okay, you focus on that guy, I guess. If you could. Alright. We get a cool item from this. It is known as the Beads of Good Fortune. What they do is they get rid of fight spawns, which is very convenient. We have to actually reload the map for it to take effect, but it's still useful nonetheless. Yeah, Essence of Terror is the name of that heat action there. Yep. Beads of Good Fortune right there. Next, we will do some acting. You can see near the office there's 3 sub-stores right next to each other. So we'll do this one first. For this one, I don't actually know whether the choices matter too much, but you get the full prize money if you do everything correctly, so I will do everything correctly. We don't necessarily need the money, but might as well do everything. You wouldn't really even save time by doing something wrong. So you'd have to memorize the script, but I obviously know all the options anyway. You have to pick the correct lines and then defeat enemies the correct way. So the first batch of enemies, we have to defeat them left to right. They're zombies. If you know, you know. Yellow jacket guy. Let's see if you're really impotent or not, was the last choice there. And again, we're gonna use Essence of Terror. The prompt here is that you have to defeat as many enemies with heat actions as possible. So this comes in handy. For the last fight, we have to defeat the boss here with the sword heat action. What we're gonna do is use a heat action right away. Then keep attacking until we build enough heat again. then do another short hit action. That's 100,000 yen that we don't really use. But it's there, I suppose. So with this we are at 8 sub-stories done. We are gonna do a total of 16 in Kiryu's part. Right, we have to walk here. So this is Spangled Meteor. We have to raise her now. This is the actual hardest race that we do in this run. Not to say that it's like especially difficult. But it's just something to keep in mind. Okay. So now we do actually take the intermediate path. So just to make sure that I keep up with her, and also because this is cool, I'm gonna actually show this heat action here. This does actually put us ahead by quite a bit. Just a regular taxi driver, things you know. Aye, that's what I mean by hitting the walls. It really slows you down. I can use the boost. I think on the second lap we take the advanced path. There's another heat action there that is especially useful because it goes through a bunch of tight hairpin turns. Okay. Might look like I'm quite a bit behind, but it doesn't matter too much. So, this heat action here. Fiery drift. Interesting that that little drift boost lasted that long. Oof. Truck, let me go. I'm assuming I can build up my boost gauge before the end. If not, then that might be kind of bad. But I hope so. Nice, I got you to bump into that. There's some strategic drifting and turning that can force the opponent to like bump into things. I'm not thinking too hard about them, but it's useful when it happens. Okay. We'll use this heat action just in case. So we got to see all three of them. Yaruyan. So that's enough racing. That was the last one. We got to do a total of... I can't count. 4? Yeah, 4 full races and 1 partial race. That was the kidnapping one. By the way, audio warning for an upcoming sub-story here. If you're not wearing headphones, it might sound a bit bad. First, we'll talk to Wada. He'll tell us, okay, get some gifts for your kids. And then, oh, our computer is having issues. How do we fix it? Cyber terrorism. We pull out the cord in the back. Gotta plug it back in. And the computer reacts. Oh no. And our boss here wants to hit the computer. Or whatever he wants to do, but we have to stop him, and Hirakawa here is like, yeah, you guys are dumb. Yeah, be careful when you browse. Alright. So we'll be spending some money to send to the kids. So we do need a little bit of money from these sub-stories, but we have more than enough. I think the total amount you send is about 70 or 80,000 yen. And we also get our wages from those taxi missions. Yeah, and topical, since this game does take place in December, so this is kind of like Christmas presents that he's sending over. And Ayako is the last one. It's funny, Kiryu here walks north to see where he ends up. He ends up in the south. But yeah, we end up right next to the taxi. It's the west one, right? Yeah. I really wish there was a taxi that took us to the bridge. But yeah, we just have to walk a little bit longer. So, we'll be giving all our recommendations to Tatsuya now. Because he can't visit restaurants on his own, he just stands here all day.
Yeah. このお店ですか。
So yeah, the whole point of
いた
these
だきます。
is that he combines different elements of local cuisines and like makes a new dish. And that's his training, so to speak. Because each character has their own like training master. And Tatsuya is one that's shared between all characters. And you can see some info about this. You get a second health gauge. And that is based on the food you eat. That gives you the buffs. And if you can't heal that with just regular healing items, you have to actually eat at a restaurant to heal that up.
へえ。
And if you run out of that second health gauge, your buffs disappear as well.
いただきます。素晴らしい。
But again, it won't be utilized too much. Only really in the finale. But yeah, we have to do all of his training, because there is a sub-story
いや。
that is locked behind completing all of it.
このお店ですか。 おいしい。
I like to imagine that Kiryu just sits there across from him, just watching him eat 3 meals in a row. Alright. So, we're gonna go home real quick. There's a sub-story we can finish from there. Wait, I walked past it. Little gap. So we'll have that exhibition wrestling match with our super weak opponent. Wearing the legendary dragon mask. Wait, whose wife are you talking about? Oh yeah, that plot point is already done. We're in chapter 4 right now. Because all the details came out and now we're looking for clues about the Yahata guys. Oh, and here's the taxi we've been tailing. Just going in front of it. And now we can finally go to the set piece. That is the Yahata family office. We just barge in. Dude, I hate the wrestling in Yakuza 3. That one was awful. But also, I don't really know why it was so weak in this one. It doesn't really make sense either. Let me grab this. My inventory is full. Okay. So make sure to actually do this QTE. So, rope, stomp, head press. Then we've been saving up this climax heat. And that deals with him. We'll just open these doors slowly. We can ignore all these enemies. In this room, we actually have to fight everyone. Okay, weapon guys first. They are annoying. Third guy here. Oh, you're still alive. Okay. So. Oh no, there's a fire. So we have to use the fire extinguisher. We could do a cool little strat. I've been actually failing this strat quite a bit. It's not too big of a deal, but like, you can bring over this. Okay, well, I failed it. You can bring over this fire extinguisher with infinite durability. If you time that right, but I got stuck on the canister, so I only have 50, which is still enough, but it's just nice to have that safety cushion, you know. This guy is a pain. Because the fire extinguisher mechanics are also kind of ass. Sometimes it's really hard to hit any kind of essence of finishing. If I could. Dude, I'm really trying to hit essence of finishing. It takes a while for you to load up your thing. Okay, we're good. As long as the boss is down, you can get past. We just have a QTE fight here. It's not actual fighting. And for this last one, it doesn't matter whether you do it or not. The outcome is always the same. But yeah, luckily you can ignore the fire extinguisher guys. So since my inventory was full, I noticed that I can clear up something. I have this mentaiko buns that I don't need. Mystery stone as well. We have to get introduced to this. We don't have to actually do the IF8 arm in the game, but just have to hear that out. So we'll go finish the Yuya sub-story now. And the reason I wanted inventory space is because this fight has a golf club. And I could really use that golf club. And we just punch Yuya, of course. But then the real enemies come. And again, these are relatively high HP enemies, so they won't die from a single combo. But we'll just kind of try to group them together and damage multiple at once. And grab a golf club. That is going to be useful in the final fight for this part. Oh. That was the final enemy left. Did Yuya do that much work? I guess we only have one golf club. That's fine. Normally Yuya doesn't do much there, but I guess he took care of some of the enemies. Because if there's no enemies left, you can't obviously stay and pick up a weapon. Yeah, Yuya goes back to Stardust. We are almost done with this part. We finished hailing this taxi here. We'll do 4 light attacks and then we'll combo. So yeah, it was a misunderstanding. He thought Kiryu was some bad Yakuza chasing him. That's why his emergency lights were on. Yeah, so now we go do these. Final couple sub-stories in this area. Wow, camera. So this is a minigame called Tatsuya Noodles. Tatsu-ya. So not related to the chef Tatsuya. It's a decently fun minigame to play like once. But yeah, we don't have to actually play it, we could just quit out of the minigame. That's the motto of Yakuza 5. If it's a minigame, you can quit out of it. There's like 2 exceptions or something. Yeah, I guess it can be said about multiple games. I guess I'm mentioning it that way because you can also complete it in one go, and I've never had to play it multiple times to get the completion metric. Whereas something like the gambling games in Yakuza, you have to play for quite a bit longer. Oh, and I actually I did this a little bit out of order now that I think about it. I'm supposed to do the food delivery sub-story first. Well, we'll go do that now. Yeah, this is the last sub-story we're doing. As in, last for this part. Obviously, we're not done with the sub-stories for this game. But... yeah. You can kind of imagine the parts of this game, for the speedrun specifically, is like... each part is essentially 2 hours. But you can... take an hour from the finale and put that to part 3. That's the division. Part 3 is really long. So, we can also quit out of this. Oh. Somehow, the food delivery gets to the destination, and yeah, I I don't know either. He says the stall is a disaster. Here's 20,000 yen. So just to make sure, sub-stories, yeah, 16. And we will equip the golf club there. Oh, and also abilities. Yeah, I should get some upgrades. There's a couple useful ones that we wouldn't normally get in 90%, but we have enough XP. We get soul until we get stability. Get that, and then boost heat gauge. So now we can finish this part with a big fight. Where we fight about 100 guys all at once. That's why we need the golf club, because you can swing it around in quite a wide range. Deal is, these two families can't directly fight each other, so Kiryu is like, I'm non-aligned, so I'll fight all of you by myself. Because of course, he's built different. Oh, we pull out the golf club, start swinging. If you could group up a little bit more, that would be nice. So, the backup is these planks. They also are very handy. Until we get certain enemies that can knock you down, they are kind of annoying. Also, a couple stronger enemies pop up every now and then. Oh, there he is. We want to take care of them singularly. Okay, I wanted to get out of this. Thank you. That's why you want to have heat, because of stability. Otherwise, these guys can knock you down, and you drop your weapon. Also, that's pretty cool. Where was the golf club? There it is. So there's a secondary golf club that one of the enemies drops. Pick up the plank. We'll just kind of indiscriminately beat a bunch of these smaller guys until the next enemy appears. There's a plank right there. Sometimes these planks just kind of disappear from your sight. So, this is the final guy that pops up. And now we'll focus all our efforts on him. If I could focus on him, thank you. And keep beating the smaller guys until get the final QTEs. Okay, so we have to fail this QTE actually. It's faster that way. And we grab the shotgun and start shooting. That's part 1 done. Now we go to Saejima. Thing about Saejima's part, as you will soon find out, he just has to go to prison. And we spend too long of a time in there, to be honest. First we do start in Kamurocho. This is like right after Yakuza 4. So Saejima's fighting style, very similar to how he acted in Yakuza 4. With slight, like, I'd say timing differences with his attacks. We'll be utilizing the charge attacks quite a lot, just like in Yakuza 4. Taxi down 1. So we have to say our goodbyes before we go to jail. Go to good old Serena. It looks like a fight spawn, but it's not. That one is a fight spawn. So we will do one sub-story for Sajima here. He has 2 sub-stories in Kamurocho. The rest are all in his own city. Before that, let's buy some abilities already. Well, it's not that that matters, but I get that. Oh look, it's the dojo that is familiar from Yakuza 4. I hate this place. If you're not familiar with the minigame, or if you just kind of skipped over it, or just tried it once, the fighter maker in Yakuza 4 is really bad. And so these are all the fighters that you trained up in that minigame. Yeah, Makoto Tokita is the 4th guy. He's the real pain.
Hey. Oh.
I'm pretty sure the intentions behind these 2 sub-stories here were that you do the first one before you go to prison, and then the second one after you're out. And that's what we're gonna do actually, because it's faster that way. Because otherwise you'd have to like walk a certain distance away from the dojo and then come back. Since we'll be walking past this area in the finale anyway, we'll do it then. Okay. Well, I can outrun this guy. We have to have a farewell fight here. In the batting center, Majima is not fighting himself, but Majima family is fighting. But for a large group of enemies, this is a common strat when there's no weapons available. Double light, double heavy. You can kind of change the direction of the attacks, so it's good for large groups of enemies. If there's like a singular enemy you're targeting, it's also useful to do the single light into double heavy. It's this more of a swinging type of attack. Alright, so now we go to jail. And we spent the next 40 minutes or so of the speedrun in here. And then right after that we have to spend like 20 minutes doing the hunting tutorials. That's very weird. One thing to memorize of this place is just where to go, because you have to just kind of walk from point A to point B and repeat. It's a whole lot of talking. I don't know what else to say about this part. Like, if you know Yakuza 4 story, the reason here is similar. He escaped from prison, so he has to still serve the sentence for that. I don't remember the reason why he was transferred here, to be honest. Kind of slipped my mind. But we are in Sapporo. Some of these fellow inmates are trying to make Saejima act up by essentially torturing him so that he would fight back and, you know, get a report for bad behavior and all that. So he's just kind of taking the beatings. But yes, we do eventually escape from here as well. Spoilers. So here we have some genuinely weird stuff. We are in a dream world. Because, I don't know. I honestly don't get the idea behind this. You're supposed to, like, follow whatever fantasies this dude had about his better days. So we're going to cabaret club. So yeah, there's a way to go fast here as well, picking the correct options, so we have to actually talk to a hostess in a dream. Invite them to a date. We have to have one more conversation here. But then we can actually forcibly leave after this. So this is kind of like an introduction to the cabaret club system that was renewed for Yakuza 5. But I don't know, still feels kind of odd that we're doing it in a dream. Baseball Man is in Yakuza 5. there's an emote for him as well, but yeah, obviously we don't have it in this chat, I assume. Again, karaoke, we can quit out of it, which is a shame. This way. Now we have to eat in a dream. And we have to fight imaginary people. So this is an introduction to how Saejima uses heavy weapons. You have a motorcycle, you swing the motorcycle around. So the batting center fight is kind of like what we do when we're unarmed. But if we have a motorcycle or a scooter, which is even better, has more durability. And the combat is a little like that. Okay. More walking. So these benches over here are what we call the Bubba bench, because Bubba hangs out here. So we'll go here a few times. But now Bubba is missing, so we have to go looking for him. No, so is it this guy? I'm trying to think. It is this guy. Yes. So we think that Bubba has enacted revenge on Saejima's behalf, and now he's in trouble. Talk to the middle guy here. All right. Now I think it's this guy. Everyone kind of blends in together here, and yeah. But we have a little bit of at least something happening now. We have to slowly walk up to a couple of these people and pickpocket them without getting noticed by any other inmates. Oop. QTE. Do the same thing here. And now we have a chase section where we are being chased. And we just have to run around for a minute without being caught. Exciting stuff, hey? We're almost done with chapter 1 though, but yeah, we'll still be spending chapter 2 in prison. That bald guy over there is Kugihara. Is the guy orchestrating all the bad stuff that is happening to Saejima. That's the wrong guy. I meant to grab Kugihara. Right.
なおこれお前意志遠い通じお前にしょくぎもこんどうした
Sajima's parole was cancelled, and their thought is, okay, we're gonna discuss with Kozaka. He's gonna help us escape. But before we leave, let's have another dream sequence. Also, yeah, funny detail. Kozaka calls us here to this spot. Then he's like, oh, this is a bad spot. Let's move somewhere else. You were the one who called us here. I don't know why you didn't pick the other spot to begin with. But it's alright. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm harping too much on this game. I genuinely love this game, but this prison sequence is not one of the things I like.
This その裏にスノーモービルが止めてある。その鍵だ。だ。つい。そう。そう。か。さえ。あな。ここ。そう。わ。さえ。そう。いや。おね。
So yes, we are back in the dream world. We have to go on the date with the hostess that we promised. Last time it was a karaoke thing. Now we're going to a pool bar. But again, this is all a dream, so I don't know why we should stick to our promises. Yeah, definitely. Like, I kind of understand the whole, like, okay, I need to finish my sentence. But this takes forever to actually do. Also, darts, we can quit out of it. That's that. But yeah, it's just too long. Like, if it was the same length as in Yakuza 4, I honestly wouldn't mind it too much. But they sort of had to include this section for the characters, because they sort of have some relevancy to the plot. maybe it was like an original writing idea, but they just kind of dragged it out, I think. Now we get hit by an imaginary car. And we have fight here, the back alley. So after this, we actually get to do something more interesting. So, I mentioned earlier, scooters are actually better than motorcycles. I mentioned they have more durability, which technically is the truth, but what it actually means is that you can use a broken scooter further. It becomes an even more broken scooter, as you can see in the top left, whereas a motorcycle would just, you'd only have like the wheel left essentially. But scooters last longer for some reason. And now we have a big fight in the courtyard. So we'll get some abilities now. Stability is important. And then a bunch of tech. Specifically, we want the tiger jaws. Over here, if we can, we want to focus on the enemies that have like these stick kind of weapons. They can interrupt your attacks. Also, Sajima's strong. Not hitting anyone right now. Typically in this fight, Baba doesn't do much, but in the next fight he can do something. Can you hit the guy on the ground? Thank you. Okay. Move on to the second phase. These enemies are slightly stronger. But yeah, here Baba can actually do some work if he wants to. Wow, dodged. That's crazy. Okay. And now Kukihara shows up. Once again, if Baba actually takes care of the minions, this fight can go really quick. Because I'll only be focusing on Kukihara. what we can do is pick him up. That's the move called Tiger Jaws. We can pick up enemies that are lying on the ground. Alright, now we can make our escape. Imura has a gun, so he helped us out. So this snowmobile driving section is a little bit weird, a little bit wonky on PC. Even if you're just always holding R2, it sometimes like does a little jerking movement forward, as if you're letting go of it, but I'm not. I've never seen it happen on console, but on PC for some reason it does that. It doesn't really slow us down or anything, but it's just annoying. So, we'll just be avoiding all the obstacles. Now we have to avoid these guys throwing explosives at us. Ouch. I've never actually taken enough damage to like die here. Whoa, okay. I did not mean to get stuck in the wall like that. Alright, and that's the snowmobile section over. But we have one more obstacle. That is a bear. Yo. You're really running a lot. Okay. Saejima is just... he's just that strong for fighting a black bear. I think it's a black bear. Is it a brown bear or black bear? I don't remember. doesn't really matter, it's a bear either way. You're turning around a lot more than I'm used to. Okay, so this should be QTE range. There we go. Yeah, he's used to this stuff. I mean, Kiryu has fought with tigers. No big deal. But that actually ended up kind of being a draw. Neither side won. So the bear will come back in the side stories, but we won't do the side stories. Oh yeah, Ichiban also fought a tiger, that's true. And in the sub-stories, you also fight a bear. Yeah. So chapter 3 here is entirely focused on this hunting village. We're spending the entire chapter here. And we have to go through the hunting tutorials. So he basically teaches us, okay, you need some equipment, and I'll draw you a map of the mountain area. We're gonna ask for some handouts. Okay. There's quite a lot of side content here. But again, we just have to go through the tutorials. Because this is not sub-stories, this is side stories. It's not included in the run. We're just gonna roll around. For now, it's still faster to just kind of roll around instead of walking. We see tracks. We see blood. Oh look, Baba is here. His eyes were just open. Yeah, well, the hunter and killer, I don't know. Well, since you get the faster walking speed later, it's not as much rolling, but still a lot of walking. Some of it relies on RNG as well, like getting the golden deer, for example. And just it's a little bit grindy because you have to get like 1,000,000 yen worth of stuff to sell. So I don't know. I don't think that it'd be so interesting. But in a hundo run, you'd obviously have to do it anyway. So when that day comes, oh boy. But I kind of feel like the side stories in general have a lot of grinding. I mean, even Haruka's stuff is like, you have so many little jobs that you have to do, and it's so repetitive, since you have to do the same idol songs over and over again. Hey, we're equipped now. So, we have to pack some deer meat. We have to go through the gun tutorials. We already know how to crouch, we've been doing that. Have to reload. So for this one we can just spam square. Because it's immediately pointed at the rock that we're supposed to aim at. Also something to point out, if you start crouching from a walking stance, then Okudera is actually gonna crouch with you. But if you go too far ahead of him, since he is really slow while crouching, then you have to wait for him to catch up with you. But that doesn't apply if it's an area trigger, like this next one right here. But we can still crouch, and it's not too far. Yeah, I'd actually kind of appreciate like you being able to skip some of the tutorials in like NG+. I understand why it's not available in like fresh file, but at least in NG+, that would be nice. So ideally we hit 2 deer. Sometimes my aim is just a little bit off and they move quite fast, so I don't know what I hit. I don't think I hit the other one. Okay. Well, that's fine too. We just have to hit another deer in the next batch. Yeah. We need all this stuff for money, if you're wondering. Sajima being fresh out of prison, he has just about 0 yen. So we get some of this stuff from the deer and we can sell it to actually be able to do things. So kill right there. That also helps with, you know, all the other ones run away. Otherwise they would be chasing you down. So the male deer, they will actually attack you before running away. But if they hear a shot, then they all just run away. So that was the shooting-based hunting tutorial. There's the raises walking speed in the snow. Now we don't have to roll around so much. We still have to go up to the mountain again and learn about using traps. So for the steepest portions of the hill, we're still going to be rolling, but otherwise walking is faster, which is nice. But anyway, what these traps give us, it's always the same. So money-wise, there's no change here. The only thing that you can really affect is how many deer you shoot in the first tutorial. Set up 4 snares and then actually get game from one of them. We'll go back to the first one and kind of walk around until something appears. It's always going to be a rabbit. And look who shows up. It's Yamaoroshi. So the strat here is... Come with me. Where are you? There you are. We need Yamaoroshi to really attack Okudera. If you would. Please. You're stuck on a tree. Please move. Okay. So, grab him. Grab him, please. There we go. So we just have to let him attack Okudera.
ほなそれ
Okay. Previously, we couldn't leave this area because of bad road situations, but now we're gonna check if the roads are drivable again. And we don't want to get involved in this. This is a side story thing. Firstly, we're gonna sell a bunch of stuff. We're gonna leave. One deer meat in our inventory. We need that for a sub-story. Otherwise, we sell everything else.
Yo. Se. Ki. No. So. Yeah. Se.
We're gonna actually get into the city.
Ki. Oh.
The city that we're going into is... it's full of fight spawns, let's just say that. Infamous for that. We have a little 1-minute unskippable cutscene, so I'll take a toilet break here.
王子公園では明日の夜から始まる月見の雪まつりに向けて多くの人々が最後の準備作業を行っています。冬の代名詞とも言われるこのお祭りを見るため、毎年多くの観光客が全国からやってきます。商店街の人々にとっても大事な書き入れ時として強い期待がかかります。先日、刑務所で発生した火災事故の続報です。事故後、署内から行方をくらましている2名の受刑者について、北海道警察は今朝、刑務所近くの山中でうち1名の受刑者を遺体として発見したと発表しました。残る1名の受刑者に関しても、現在も付近を逃走中の可能性が高いとみて、全国に指名手配しました。指名手配されたのは、元東上会計組員の冴島大河受刑者です。北海道警察は、冴島受刑者が札幌市内に現れる可能性が高いという情報もあることから、現在、月見の周辺に警戒態勢を敷いています。
兄貴、網走刑務所が火災って一体。それに遺体が一人見つかったって。
All right. So this city is called Tsukimino. It's based on an area of Sapporo. Bubba has a hideout here, so we're going there. Bubba walks at a pretty weird speed, and you don't want to actually bump into him because you slow him down. You have to let him reach the destination. Then we have to split up. So yeah, the streets here, you can see that like there's snow piled up between the actual road and the sidewalk. And that's kind of everywhere. And then there's narrow sidewalks here. That can be detrimental sometimes. There are certain squatting enemies that can take up the entire sidewalk. And you just have to like walk to the other side of the street to avoid them. Sometimes there's enemies behind trucks that you can't see, and then you get blocked by snow, and it can be kind of a hassle to walk around in the city. But yeah, considering how many sub-stories we do here, this city visit is relatively short.
ね
So we do 13 sub-stories here.
どうしちょはやってそう
But I guess it just seems that it goes by a lot faster than Kiryu's part. Because you don't have, like,
くえ
I don't know, taxi missions or something. Baba gives us some money. We need 50,000 for us to progress the story. So that's handy. And look who it is. Also, there's an email from Mac. It's Tatsuya. Have to do his training here as well. Alright, let's get into some stories. Here's a pretty goofy one. Look, it's Santa. You have to track
あ
down
りがとう
people called the Santa Hunters.
おう はいちゃう
Oh no, we have to run away from the kids. With this music.
Ah? せやおいあ
So these are the actual Santa Hunters. Go and grab this scooter and go crazy. If I could actually hit them.
すみません
あ
ありがとう
おいいえ
ありがとう
Yep, yep. And in the back alleys, there's a woman wants to eat some barbecue,
いいえ
and she's been fasting
あの
in preparation. And so I guess we have to take her there. This is one of the restaurants that we have to recommend to Tatsuya. So, it's convenient.
いいえ うーんそうですね
Now she gets the idea, oh, I want to try some deer stew. So she goes to the mountains by herself.
いらっしゃいませ
とうございました。
Oh, in this bar we have to gain some information, and this is where we need the 50,000 yen. Because the options are essentially beat me in pool or pay me 50,000 yen. But we don't want to be playing pool here. So 50,000 it is. Okay, fight spawns are always plentiful. There we go. Oh my goodness. This is the average experience. So here's a restaurant. Curry Shop S. It's another one to recommend, so gotta stop by. We certainly love this city. Okay, so over here there's an old man. We tell him 71. Okay, camera, can you stop? So, there's a sub-story here. What could have possibly happened? Oh no, it's a bear. It's just a little tiny bear. No problem. Piece of cake. And now on the eastern side of the shopping district area, we'll do a bunch of stuff. First we stop by Don Quixote. If we can get past this guy. Don't turn around. Cool. Stop by Donkey. Gotta buy some ramen. Doesn't matter which ones, but need 2 of them. Then we go over to this side. There's a restaurant here. It's in a pretty awkward spot. We just kind of had to go out of our way to get there. This is the last one for Tatsuya. So, then in this alley, This guy's cold, so you have to give him something warm. The deer meat would actually work, but we want to save that deer meat for a specific purpose. Give him some ramen. Then, since Tatsuya is right here and we've finished everything,
Yeah.
go and eat.
Hey. いただきます。おいしい。待ってるよ。いや。
Funnily enough, his new dish is also like right around the corner. It's easy to do all this at once.
このお店ですか。どうしようかな。いやー、いいね。待ってるよ。いや。このお店ですか。それじゃあ早速。これは。
Alright. That's the recommendations, and then, yeah, the new dish is right here. There's a fight spawn.
Hi.
I can outrun this guy, it's fine. So, the guy who was cold. Bro, talk to him. Thank you. Oh my god. I wonder if the fight spawn is still there. Oh, but no, I actually get teleported right after this anyway. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I end up in a pretty weird place. So, let's go back up there, go back to the actual phone booth. Well, the fight spawn is still there. Oh, right, this guy is here too. Well, that's fine. So we're gonna take the taxi to the hunting village. There's actually a sub-story that we have to start from there. Typically, it can unlock if you start doing the hunter-killer side story. After a couple missions, it unlocks on its own. But since we're not doing the side story, we have to actually go to the city and then come back to the village to start it. And also this girl who wanted barbecue and now wants deer meat is now here. This is what we needed the deer meat in our inventory for. So, these two over here, this is the sub-story. You have to see that he leaves the village. And we have to get out of the village and then come back to the village once more. Pick up the letter, and then we can continue. South. We have a pretty silly sub-story here. To walk on slippery ice. Mechanics of which is essentially... Okay, well, if you keep moving... The longer you keep moving, the more speed you gain. Then you'll slip if you're too fast. We have to deliver ramen in this weather, just on the other side of the street. At that point, couldn't you just let go? Okay, what we're gonna do is crash. And that completes the sub-story. What were the options here? Second, bottom, and top. Alright, so you have to walk by this club here. Now we get to enter the back room of the bar. And weirdly, when we leave the place, it's already like evening time, and some new sub-stories pop up after this. We're gonna re-enter the bar because a sub-story suddenly popped up. This drunk guy, so I have to talk to him, then walk away from him. Then talk to him again. Okay, these sub-stories, this is Masao, the guy who left the village. He's getting scammed by this host club and we save him and all that. Then the drunk guy is a detective. He goes to, I don't know, help a situation when he hears something. Then he can't fight back and you have to save him. Something like that. Something along those lines. Right. Over here, the little match girl. You have to buy some matches from her. You have to leave the area for a bit. That is done by just starting this sub-story. We hear about Himura, who was in the same cell as us. Like, oh. The stories might actually have been real. Let's investigate. And this is the second spot where we need something warm to eat. So we give her some ramen as well. Yeah, we investigate further into Himura. This kind of actually ties into the dream sequences, funnily enough. And these guys are troublesome. They're most likely what are known as Victory Road encounters. I haven't talked about them because I haven't actually come across them much. But Victory Road is a weird system in this game where that is essentially the qualifiers to participate in the Coliseum, which is like the fighting arena of the game. Been present in a lot of Yakuza games. In this game they decided, okay, you have to actually qualify to enter by beating a bunch of local fighters. Kind of a pain. Because when you beat one of the guys, the organizer of the event has to stop you and lecture you about the whole thing, and we don't really care for that. But anyway, here's the back alley fight. This is the same fight as in the dream sequence. This way. This guy is still here. There's a guy advertising what were they, heat pads or something like that to stay warm. But then the things are a bit too warm. And you have to put out a fire. Really, that was too close. The hitboxes of fire are a little bit weird. And that was the whole sub-story. So that's essentially the cleanup done for the city. The rest of the sub-stories all happen in essentially like one sequence. But for now, we go to the hideout. In terms of the plot, right now, Saejima and Baba are thinking that they have to get in touch with the leader of which family? Kitakami family or something like that. I don't remember. So they're trying to think of a plan. There's a snow festival coming up, so they're thinking he's gonna be there. We can interrogate him then. Prepare for the kidnapping. Alright, so yeah, you can see new question marks have popped up in this area specifically. So here we have the quickest sub-story in the game. We talk to this guy. We have to give him an idea for a performance. We look at this snowman. And when we talk to him again, the sub-story is done. And that is actually a revelation, but we don't have to see the revelation itself. Just give him the idea for it. It was really that fast. Then here's a sub-story we usually avoid in any percent. It pops right after you go to the stage and takes up this whole corner of the street. So you have to go around to the other side of the street. This forces you into the... Well, not actually into the minigame, but this introduces you to a new minigame called Winter Combat. Essentially snowball fighting. But we don't have to do any of it, just... yeah. Quick sub-stories. And then the last sub-story here is right here. You have to tell this guy well, the layout is for the snow festival. We can just tell him whatever. Doesn't have to be right. Alright, and just to double check. Yes, 14. Gonna buy some abilities now. 5 levels of body. And 3 levels of heat. Also, in terms of items, we're gonna get rid of a bunch of stuff we don't need. Since we're gonna be visiting Kamiyama. We haven't really gotten an introduction to the character, but he is technically introduced in Kiryu's part, but we just ignored it. The shop is still open, so gonna craft 4 blackjacks, and we're gonna purchase 10 stamina and XXS. Gonna equip the blackjacks. This is again something that is not in any percent because you don't have the money for it. But we do have the money for it, so those will come in handy with certain bosses. But for now we're gonna finish this part with big city set piece. We're gonna be fighting all throughout the city. Brilliant disguise. Well. Take care of the boss first. That's the typical method. Alright. Keep grabbing guys I don't want to. Grab the bike. Wait, was this the section you could ignore? No. Okay. I remembered wrong. I think it's after the first wave that you can just go past. Yeah, so now you can just ignore these guys. Because for some reason they open up this path for you. Normal stuff.
兄貴大てこれ客それ
Once again, Bubba has the opportunity to help us out. It'd be cool if he does. Where's the boss? Boss is that guy. That's not the boss. I wanted to... That's not enough heat. That's crazy. Oh my god, my inputs. Thank you. Can you stop moving away? Thank you, please. So that's the boss down. Kinda did things out of order. Unfortunate.
So, 行く。ええ。このさこのゲセル実はなる
It's always Baba's fault.
このじもう
So now we kidnap a guy.
See? So? Hmm? Sa. To. Kyo. Se. Ore. Ma. Da. Go. So.
While they are busy yapping, something bad happens. Kitakata gets shot, and we chase the shooter. Who could that be? So with this chase section, it's not over when the HP reaches 0. It's over when we reach the destination. Just do enough damage that he won't do a loop. Because if he has too much health, then he's gonna loop around, not go to the final destination. Trying to avoid these is always tough. Sometimes we can just jump at the correct time and that will be good. How could it have been Baba? Not precious Baba. It's not what I wanted to pick up. Okay, wanted to throw you. And we're gonna repeat the good old blackjack method. Dude, I never grab what I want to actually grab. There we go. So okay, we failed these QTEs. We can throw him once more. There we go. So that's part 2 done. Welcome to the longest part of the game. Part 3. First half, Haruka. I mean, to be fair, Baba deserved it. So chapter 1 of part 3. No sub-stories, just pure story. Also, hi Ogita. See you in Yakuza 0. So yeah, tutorials, we can quit out of them. Something to point out about Haruka's movement, by the way, is that she's the only character whose movement speed resets after a certain amount of steps. Like, she turns around to the left and the right and like starts walking slowly. All the other characters, they do also do the head turning, but they don't actually slow down when they do it. So for Haruka, we have to actually reset her walking animation constantly. And yeah, the plot is Haruka is training to be an idol, and Park is kind of manipulative, and you know, the idol industry. We'll get to do a little bit of Haruka's dancing stuff, specifically the dance battles. If you sometimes see me like jerking up or down a little bit, it's because I'm resetting the walking animation. Also, we have a walk and talk break. I'll go get some food.
ほんならはるかちゃん、毎日頑張ってるね。
いえ、私今までこういうことやったことなかったから、人一倍頑張らないと。
そうか。そやけどはるかちゃん、レッスンっていうか芸能界自体入ってまだ半年くらいやろ。それであのプリンセスリーグ決勝まで勝ち進んでるんやもん。これってものすごいことやで。さすがあの社長が見込んだ子やな。才能ってやつなんかな。
そんなことないですよ。まだまだです。今日も怒られてばっかりだったし。でも気を使ってくださって嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。
いえいえ、どういたしまして。ああ、やっぱりはるかちゃんは笑顔がええな。そういえばこっちの学校はどう？もう慣れた？
どうかな。
あんまりうまいこと言ってない？
勉強はなんとかついていけるんですけど、あまり友達が。
そうか。これだけ忙しかったら一緒に遊びになんかなかなか行かれへんやろしな。
はい。それとこういう仕事してるっていうのが気になる子もやっぱりいるみたいで。
そんな奴ら気にすることないって。妬んでるだけや、そんな。
でもやっぱり変なのかも、私のしてることって。
はるかちゃん、僕らの仕事はお客さんに夢を与えられると思うんや。一アイドル好きとしてさ、はるかちゃんのステージほんまに魅力的やと思う。せやからっていうのも変やけど、もっと自分に自信持ってええんちゃうかな。私はアイドルですってなんて、はるかちゃんより怒られてる僕が言うても説得力ないね。
そんな。
はるかちゃん、僕はマネージャーとしてまだまだ半人前やけど、これから精一杯サポートするから。頼りないかもやけど、しんどなったら何でも言うてな。
はい、よろしくお願いします、堀江さん。
こちらこそ明日からよろしくね。あ、ちょうど着いたね。
Alright, came back just in time. These brakes are pretty handy. You just see those guys vibrating there. Now we get introduced to dance battles. Again, we can skip the tutorial, but we will have to actually use some dance battles later. But I'd argue that dancing is like a healthier option than fighting to the death. Also, yeah, so now you can see the movement resetting that I'm doing. Kind of approximately every 8 steps. There's a certain timing to it that you just have to get used to.
What? So. よし、まずはな。じゃあ。よし。
And then we get a tutorial on the handshaking events. Again, we can skip every single handshaking event in the game. Those ones don't actually matter. I picked the wrong option. No thank you. Yes.
So.
はい。
継承。
ど。
そう。
か。
な。あ。さ。じゅ。
Right, so Haruka's current goal is to participate in the Princess League and actually win it. Our speedrun goal is to lose every Princess League match. Because it's faster.
ごげん。みよ。うち。な。
ちょっと。この。おき。は。おき。な。い。は。
す。ティー。せ。え。
あの。は。
な。そ。僕。
Right.
んだ。だ。
But yeah, losing this doesn't actually affect the outcome of the game. Also, the host, Dolce Kamiya, is, you know, kind of makes an appearance in Yakuza 0 as well. But it's just the same voice lines.
そして。そして。
Thank you, NPC. Oh my goodness. So yeah, unfortunately a lot of Haruka's part can be summarized by we will be walking because there's not enough taxis in the city. Smack.
いいほりいいいい二度おなはいよしはい
Figured I'd actually do a fun little quirk. I will add sunglasses and red and black stripes. We'll see some change. You'll see those in like the regular idol jobs.
だ今クリでむほやわかはあまずわか
Yeah, we have to find a new dance instructor. Also, if you're wondering about those shiny things on the ground, those are locker keys. We will not be utilizing them at all. I have looked through the list multiple times to see if there's anything that could be useful. Not really. Yeah, so in any percent, Sajima's part is actually just a tad bit longer than this one, but in all sub-stories, this is way longer. Because you have to do, how many? 26 sub-stories, I think?
でもクリコン
いいいいどっちど
いい
Also, here's another dance battle with Akari. We're gonna quit. But the dance instructor, Christina, is still like, Haruka is still better. Imagine winning a dance battle and still being told that you are worse.
あがい今日だわたいそおい今
で
そ
え
わた
But yeah, we have to rekindle the friendship eventually. Because, again, sub-story.
な どえは
あり
おどごかのなら
くる
今日え
だ
え
は
来た
仕事
Now we have to go film some TV shows. Yeah, chapter 1 is kinda...
近くなこれ
It's kinda full of stuff, but not sub-stories.
それ
And again, this I don't understand. Why does Horia go to the taxi and we have to walk to the taxi even though we could have just called the taxi here or something? I don't really get it. It's just a bunch of extra walking. Just like it was from the Princess League to the office. Like Horia went ahead on his own and then we had to walk. Like if they just added, I don't know, like an option to go straight to the office or straight to the shoot, that would already make this part a lot shorter. No, we have to do some walking.
すみません。わかりました。はい。
当選堀ラブチェッククイズ。それでは参りましょう。クイズスタート。
That's a good explanation, yeah. Also, we have a quiz.
こっちかな。
We're just gonna spam circle.
なんで？
I don't remember what the requirements were for this, but there's a reason we actually spam circle. Like it gets a certain amount of correct answers.
なんで？
There was a reason for it that I don't remember.
こっちかな。当たって。嘘。こっちかな。オッケー。当たって。もう。こっちかな。お願い。よし。こっちかな。もう。
残念
悔しいです
でした。。
こんなんじゃダメだよ。
Right. We are just about done with chapter 1 now. Haruga's first sub-stories open up in chapter 2. Guess who shows up? None other than Tatsuya.
そうですうんありがとう待ってるよ
Alright, chapter 2. The way this sub-story here works is kind of weird. You have to like wait for texts, but you can walk in between you saying, oh, I got a text, and then text actually appearing. But anyway, that just tells you that you have an interview. We won't be doing that just yet. At this sub-story here. This is like a game show where a bunch of idols compete against each other in multiple categories. We're gonna purposefully lose all of them and still somehow come out on top. Because, I don't know, man. It's weird.
Hi.
Amazing gameplay. And this sub-story gives you a ton of XP. We'll be sitting through multiple level ups here. Like 5,000 is kind of ridiculous, to be honest.
の
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Like, it just lets you drop out of the whole Princess League tournament in the finals. But then they're like, hey, let's make a group together.
そう
ええ
ただ
わか ええ
しょ
How'd I put the sunglasses on? That's strange.
あとえまあ
This old guy here will be relevant later.
今日
さあ味
おつそう
Alright. So we'll take this sub-story real quick. Went to grammar school. It's actually better to get all the answers correct here. Otherwise they'll lecture you about the correct grammar.
はいいえ
いえ
いや
いえ
すみません
いえ
And if you're wondering, they're always in the same order. So I have those numbers written down. It's not like I was actually looking at the text. Alright, so abilities. We are gonna buy body upgrades. And yes, Haruka does have abilities if you were wondering. We're gonna get Art Strike. Oh. Quit out of it before I got it. So, dance battles. I did say we're gonna do some. Make sure we have Art Strike on X. We're gonna dance battle this same person 4 times in a row.
私勝ちます
よろしくな
That's the gist of things. You use Heart Strike whenever you can to lower the opponent's health. And then occasionally the bomb will go off on their side, lowering their health. And we picked this opponent specifically because it is a low difficulty opponent. And she has the least amount of health. But yeah, you just have to win 4 dance battles to unlock something else. So that's 2 wins.
Yeah.
Really? That wasn't enough? Can you, Hungary?
Yeah.
So, this is the final one. After this, we should get a text. And we get an opportunity to rekindle our friendship with Akari. A rare miss. All right.
Yeah.
Tip from the audience? What? I've never even noticed that you could get tips from the audience. I guess I don't pay enough attention. Hunting down some paparazzi. Before that, we have to help Asuka become an idol. Alright, you can just talk to her right away. And we just wait for her to get her results. We can just spin around in place for a little bit. Got the paparazzi. You have to actually focus on his face. Haruka wants to buy Park. Gift. No drama happened. Those cutscenes. Now we go here. This is the dance battle that was unlocked from doing those 4 random dance battles. So we need to actually win this as well. And this is not as easy of an opponent. You can see the health bar is quite large. So it's kind of RNG as well, what skills she uses. If she uses health lowering moves, then I'm kind of in trouble. Well, yeah, exactly. The health recovery is much larger than the actual damage. Well, time stalling it is then. So if neither side runs out of health, then it's based on the points at the end of the 1 minute timer. Or if we can... you have like 1 HP. Okay, I won anyway. That's fine. Not the fastest, but as long as we win, then that's fine.
Hi.
And now we can be friends with Akari again.
ねえ。
はるか。そうだね。
And yeah, the reason we did all this dance battling is to unlock a new sub-story.
じゃあね。
Yeah, while we're here at this restaurant, we can enter. This is one of the ones that you have to recommend.
いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。
Get a bunch of texts. We start this sub-story. Haruka also gets introduced to the IF8 virtual game. But we can always quit out of it, as usual. And instead of like, kind of like a street brawler type of thing, Haruka is a magical girl. That is a way to describe Yakuza. This is true Yakuza life. Going shopping with your idol manager. To get my steps correct.
いらっしゃいませ。
Get a pink blouse, black pants, leopard print pumps. Unfortunately, we can quit out of Taika no Tatsu's Jin as well. I would like to play it a little bit. And it's crazy that it's in the game anyway. It's not even a Sega title.
Ne.
Alright, so now that surrogate mother-daughter bonding time is over, something terrible has happened. I have to find the next paparazzi here. At least the nice thing about walking through the city as Haruka is there's no fight spawns. Mark is dead. And also Akiyama shows up. So back to fighting. Akiyama is obviously focused a lot on his kicking in terms of his fighting style. And in his first fight, we don't actually do that. Because there's a cart here. It's very handy. Also, I guess you stayed alive, so one kick. So Akiyama is coincidentally in the same city as Haruka. He's setting up a separate office of his business over here. And so Akiyama and Haruka will team up and investigate what happened to Park. Caution, there can be squatters right here at the taxi. There are none. There can be. Anyway, we're gonna go straight to Kamiyama and we're gonna buy some stuff. Gonna craft 5 blackjacks. And we're gonna purchase 15 stamina nexus. So I suppose something I didn't mention about cutscene skipping in this game is that it's basically the only PC release of any Yakuza game where the cutscene skipping does not have a separate confirmation screen. And it's a lot faster. Because for some reason in all the PC versions they added, like, are you sure you want to skip this cutscene? And you have to press left to go to yes. It just wastes time compared to the console. But in Yakuza 5, it's the same as on console. I don't know why they didn't do that for the other games, to be honest. Anyway, so now Akiyama and Haruka are together. Go to the rooftop, where we are told that Park jumped off of. You have to ask all the questions. And now the playable character is going to be switching between these two. We'll actually start off as Haruka already, even though we barely got to play as Akiyama.
Hi. Hi. Hi.
Well, in this sub-story, 2 brands are competing for who gets to have Haruka as sort of brand ambassador.
はい。
Doesn't matter what we pick.
Hi.
And right nearby, we will do another sub-story. This is the interview we were told to come to earlier. We find out the questions that are being sent to Haruka are actually from the kids at the orphanage.
はい。うーん。え？うーん。
いや
But we have this dance battle.
すみません。
A little bit of an awkward sub-story, but it is what it is. This is another revelation.
よろしくお願いします。ケチョンにしてやるわ。
Now for a little bit of a more interesting minigame that we have to do. It is the what's the name of it again? Comedy Team. I think that was the name. With this one, I'm glad I'm not doing it in the Japanese version, or I think the PS3 version as well. Because they didn't have any actual, like, visual tell for when you're supposed to press any buttons. So you actually had to know what they were saying in Japanese, what they were joking about, and then chime in at the right time with your tsukkomi. But we do have a visual cue here, so it's not that bad.
どうもハルハルズです。はるか
寂しい青春過ごしてますな。それに比べて僕はすごいね。
ほんまですの？
僕ね、昔は悪でしてね、ちょい悪ってやつですわ。
なるほど。
高校の頃とかみんなそういうのに憧れるやないですか。せやから僕も結構モテてたんですわ。
ほうほう。
学校の校門とかで「あ、今帰り?」なんて偶然装って寄ってくるんですよ。一緒に行こうなんて言うて。
そらすごいな。
僕もまんざらやないから「おお」とか言ってついてってな。
ええやん。
そのまま校舎裏でボコボコですわ。
ヤンキーやないか。
それだけやあらへんねん。朝学校行ってな、下駄箱こう開けるやろ。
お？
バッサーって出てくるねん。もう読み切れへんくらいのラブレターや。
ほうほう。
大体の内容は同じやねん。もしよかったら付き合ってください。
おお、来たでこれ。
しないと。
ヤンキーやないか。
他にもあんねん。初めて見た時からあなたのことばかり考えてます。
これは来たで。
あなたの声、あなたの瞳、あなたの唇、すべて好きです。
ついに来たんちゃうこれ。
俺と付き合ってください。
俺って男やん。
さすがにその人とは1年で別れましたからね。
付き合ったんかい。
そんなこんなで僕今まで彼女できたことないんです。
もうええわ。どうもありがとうございました。
100 laughs. So you need a minimum of 80 laughs to pass the sub-story. That's why I have all the correct options written down. All right. Now we're gonna promote some local businesses here.
はい。
And since this is a restaurant that we can recommend to Tatsuya, we're just gonna talk to the guy again. Now we can switch to Akiyama again. Gotta watch out for squatters. There they are. Wow. A lot of fight spawns. Anyway, we get reintroduced to Akiyama's training master. familiar face from Yakuza 4. It is Saigo. But he's gonna teach Akiyama about launch strike, which is, how would I call it? Like a signature ability, I suppose. Whereas Kiryu has the dragon spirit. Sajima has like puppetry or whatever it's called, tiger puppetry, something like that. Akiyama has launch strike. This ability is not very useful. Won't really be using it at all. But we just had to go through the tutorial. Essentially, you can launch an enemy into the air and then kick them while they're in the air. Do certain combos. Anyway, equip the blackjacks and 3 levels of tech. Oh, since there was a suicide note, we're gonna investigate. Is it actually Park's handwriting or not? Talk to any local forgers and see if they know anything. Nah, Horia fell from the building. We go find out the culprit. And it is Ogita. The strat is blackjacks. Simple as that. Then we fight Kanai, or the mysterious man. So we can get him into QTE range that easily. Then, well, not like that. Smack him with a fire extinguisher. Chapter 4. This one is a pretty long one. We're doing 17 sub-stories in this chapter. Dude, if Ganai just had died to that, there would be a lot less hassle to go through in the finale. It's hard to say who's my favorite. I think it's the funniest to meme on Shinada. I don't know if I'd pick a favorite though. Yeah, same, because he's just kind of a misfit. Round 2 of Princess League. Same thing as usual. What's funny about the final round, by the way, is that it's actually faster to say that you will participate and then quit out of the minigame. The other alternative is that you just say you're gonna drop out, but that's not actually faster. Again, I really wish there was a taxi next to the Dynachair office. There is one in Yakuza 0. If you want me to. But not in this game. I mean, yeah, Akiyama already has a dance battle mechanic that could have just done that with him.
パクさん、
ええどう
彼女彼女
どう
春
け
山
あた
それ
わか
今日春おもしに一緒ほう
Alright, we get to play as Akiyama for a bit.
na
So we automatically start this Stalker sub-story. We'll do that in a little bit.
おおきに
First, we'll start this. So this is similar to something that was in Yakuza 4. You give someone a bunch of tasks to make them rethink their decisions.
はいうんいやえいや
Okay. We're gonna start a couple sub-stories here. Well, yeah, I mean, think of Yakuza 4, though. What did Yasuko ask? Just give me 100 million. Why not? What we just saw was a little sus. Middle-aged man taking a high schooler somewhere. But first, we investigate possible stalkers.
いえ
And we have a chase section here. Sometimes the bottles don't work properly in these chases specifically, where it'll like not do any damage. I don't know why it happens.
いやいや
Yeah, we have another chase right here. I think the chase sections in the OG Judgment are pretty easy. I think in Lost Judgment, if I remember correctly, it was a little bit more fleshed out. But yeah, you can see the full kick combos now that we have the better upgrades. Combos are faster and we have longer combos. Yeah, that was the Stalker sub-story cleared. Now we go check on the high schooler.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, essentially these guys we're making this girl do it's known as compensated dating, just so they can have some fun with the money. Alright, so now we can stop by the bar. Look who it is. Tatsuya once again. I think it's kind of weird that it's getting help from two people in the same city. Right, we bump into someone, but also that phone call just now, since we were denied entry into Crest Bar. Now they are saying, let's meet at the parking lot. Sounds like a trap. But we're going anyway. Do you mean Haruka's trust? That is not required. Is that a thing in Yakuza 5 anyway? I don't remember, to be honest. But no, it doesn't have any sub-stories related to it. And even the Amon dance battle is not required. That's not a sub-story. The only time those were required for any actual completion was in Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2. So for Kiwami 1 it was a trophy, and in Kiwami 2 it was in the completion list, but it's not required anywhere else. And even in those games it's not sub-story related. And just a couple of months ago I actually went through Kiwami 2 again to 100% it. It didn't actually take me that long to do all of Haruga's requests. Like, I remember the first time I played it, I really struggled with the robot fighting game. The second time around, it wasn't that bad. Really, the golf? I think in Kiwami 2 the golf was pretty easy, but maybe that's just me, I don't know. The Yakuza 3 golf was pretty tough. Let's see here, so... Get to stop by restaurant. This one. But yeah, I guess I felt more comfortable with the indoor golfing of Kiwami 2. Okay, so there's the paparazzi for the final time. So autograph session. So from what I remember from testing is that you should actually get these names correct, because otherwise they explain how their name is actually written. So I will actually get the names correct, which isn't too bad anyways. It's not like I'm reading kanji characters. That way it would actually be pretty difficult.
え、
Yeah, it's kind of different to mess up like that. Alright, so Tatsuya's recommendations, as always. What's interesting is Haruka actually has a sub-story with Tatsuya after this.
おいしい。待ってるよ。いや。
After we do the sub-story right behind Haruka, and then the Tatsuya sub-story, the rest is mostly Akiyama.
どうしようかな。これ好きだな。待ってるよ。いや。じゃあそれください。これ好きだな。
あ？あ。
These damn kids on their phones.
ん？はあ？え？うん。そうだね。
Let's quickly go and see Tatsuya's new dish. Then we could do the Tatsuya sub-story.
Hi.
はい。
ありがとう。
You can just yap, however, on this
はい。
gourmet report.
Hmm?
はい。え？え？ はい。
Alright.
いえ。
So I'll check my sub-story count now. Should be 13 out of 15. Yep. So the other two that are remaining, we will do in the finale. Oh, we still have 11 Akiyama sub-stories to do. Let's get to work. First things first, we don't even get to do much, because we have to go here. And then we switch right back to Haruka again. When we switch to Haruka, there's a little break segment. There's 3 requirements. You have to hit at least one of them. You can't just like quit out of it. So the fastest to reach is to get 40 combo. As soon as I get that, I'm just gonna put my controller down and take a little break. And the song will just play out. I might take a little longer than the song itself, if I need to. But I won't be gone for like an hour or something, but like 5 minutes maybe. So 40 combo, and then I'll be gone for like 5 minutes.
しく長い道の果てにゴールがある。私は行くよ、夢に見てた次のステージ。たとえどんな辛いことがあってもちゃんと乗り越えられる。それはきっとここに君がいるから。たとえどんな距離が離れててもきっと寂しくないはずさ。いつでもここに君はいるから。
悪な動きやったわ。
Alright, I came back. It didn't take that long.
とうとうし。
あ
ない
山
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why they're so overly nice when they're trying to, like, win an official competition. Look at the schedule. So, final round.
Dan Tano.
よし。
So now the game gives you an option. Do you want to participate or do you want to drop out? As I said, we actually want to participate.
Na, kono. An. Gyak.
Yes, I am ready for the final round. I'm ready to quit right out of it. And the rest of this part, I think, is entirely Akiyama. So we finally actually get some time to work on his sub-stories. This part has a pretty heavy focus on Haruka. Akiyama kinda is overshadowed, to be honest. Stop by the office. We meet again.
どちらさんですかね。
先ほどお電話差し上げたものです。お待ちしてましたよ、秋山社長。
もう
警察。
そう
ま、
続
ま、こん、
お
え、
か
おぎ、
な
わる、
ほあん
ちゅ。
実おこれ
な
So once again, same card that we used before, still here.
Not. That. So.
です。いい。や。
Cleanup time. So there's 2 sub-stories right here nearby. Yeah, there's a fight spawn nearby. This camera stops. Okay. Oh, sub-story here.
Yeah.
This dude is looking for Sky Finance. It is obviously Akiyama's company, so he's like, I'm the boss. But he's actually, I hate you. That is the weakest enemy. And then right into a chase section. Something to also point out that we haven't actually gotten to see yet is drunkenness. So both Akiyama and Shinada have an ability called Boozer's Lore, which boosts their attack power when they're drunk. For Akiyama, it's a little bit annoyingly hidden away in his abilities, so you have to upgrade quite a bit to actually get it. And then the money issue comes up. Where do we get the money to buy that alcohol? So it's not really utilized as much, but Shinada gets to use it a lot more, because it's like the first ability he gets. And we get a lot more money from sub-stories. Just something interesting, because in Yakuza 4 it was again one of the first abilities that Akiyama gets, so I don't know why they moved it so far into the ability tree.
Yeah.
Oh, get some restaurant recommendations. I suppose it's actually good to look at my inventory right now. I have like a... Yeah, I don't have any useless healing items. I guess I'll heal anyway. It's better to go into restaurants with full health, because then you don't have to watch the animation of you sitting down. So, Zuboraya.
ありがとうございました。
And we will make a quick stop at Club Sega. That was the camera. That's the first fight spawn. Kinda shocking that that's the first one that I run into. And it's Victory Road. Well, since we didn't run into any Victory Road people as Kiryu, we don't get the monologue about what the Victory Road is. Alright, so now we're investigating a possible ghost in the Prince Circle. Spooky. Okay, so in this part of town, we have the first of Akiyama's dancing sub-stories. But what is unfortunate about it is we can actually just quit out of it. The good news is, for the second dancing sub-story, we actually have to do it. So you do get to see Akiyama dancing. I didn't say that, yo. But yeah, we can just quit out of this. Oh no. This guy. We have to learn the skill of haggling. So instead of actually following her instructions, we're just gonna go the quickest way out. And not really pushing hard on the haggling.
いや、
Because it's faster.
いえ。
Yep. And now, the woman we gave the tasks to, checking up on her progress. Giving her her next task. Well, I guess we get all the examples of fight spawns. So, that is one of those fight spawns that you can just kind of bump into. That look like regular NPCs at first glance. And when you bump into them, it's a fight spawn. So we'll go back to Club Sega. We just have to hear that. Oh, the ghost you saw? That person doesn't exist. Spooky. Well. Oh my god. Salt and Body is not being friendly today. It's crazy because I got scot-free out of Tsukimino, which is usually the bad one. Alright. You have to help that guy with his loans. And otherwise we're gonna go here to do the actual dance battle. Oh my goodness, man. What is with these fight spawns today? This city specifically is being really rough. Oh yeah, and whenever any fight spawn pulls out their phone, you gotta focus on them immediately, because they're calling for backup. Let's see, so this is the final restaurant to recommend. Just stopping by here. And then we're gonna dance battle with the granny.
いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございます。
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. And to hit X. I hate when they recover health. Is this enough? No, not quite. But I win anyway.
Yeah.
I want to question that, but... oh well. I kind of want to go back to go back on the VOD of this run and count just how many fight spawns I had in Sotombori alone. Because I had 0 in the previous cities. But anyway, Tatsuya gets his recommendations again. You know the deal.
このお店ですか。それじゃあ早速。いやー、いいねー。待ってるよ。いや。へえ。いただきます。おいしい。
Alright, that's done. We have the moneylender sub-story here. Here there's a bunch of furniture, so we can actually utilize the kicking if we could. As I mentioned, kicking furniture does a lot of damage. Oh, we go back to the same location. There's another sub-story there. Pretty sure that's another victory road. We don't want to fight those. So yeah, we're checking up on the task here.
どうも。え？
And after we give her one more task, we can get her to give up. Alright, so we have a couple more sub-stories to clean up here. One of them is the revelation for Akiyama. We need to stop these these guys from heckling the other vendor. And that's the sub-story. Now this one is a pretty lengthy one. We have to manage this idol. Again, it doesn't matter what we tell her to do, but it just feels like it goes on for quite a while. We have an interview. And we have to watch Akiyama write the notes every time. The this to work is that you're supposed to answer every question wrong, but I'm just gonna say whatever. Yeah, she's from like a different planet. And a fight to end it off. So there's one more sub-story we're doing. But we also have a set piece. Should get a text. Yep. I'll wait for Akihiko. The story behind this sub-story is that I think Akihiko is like an old colleague or rival of Akiyama's. There was some kind of bad blood and then they're meeting. So on and so forth.
Huh? Yeah.
Right. Now that that's initiated, we will actually go to the set piece. There's a little trick I should probably explain at the start of it. It is a strat we call text box stacking. So basically in any set piece, if there's a blocked area that you try to go to, the game gives you like a text box of like, deal with these guys first before you enter the next area. So if you repeatedly get that text box and you like go up against the wall multiple times and then actually defeat the enemies while the text box is still up, when you go through the actual blocked area that is now unblocked, the text box remains and certain things that should be spawning in are not spawning in. We'll be utilizing this a few times in the run. Essentially what we'll be doing is taking care of most of the enemies. Right now, we will... There we go, that's the text box. And we defeated all of the enemies. Now, when I try to enter the blocked area, text box remains. And here there should be a QTE, but it did not spawn in, and I can walk through this wall. That skips a whole section of the set piece. And it's pretty neat. Oh yeah, it just has to do with the text box. It is blocking the next elements from loading in. I thought I would have a hard time explaining it, but I think that was enough. I don't know. Anyway, we don't have to care about these enemies, we can just go inside. Okay, let's see. So yeah, we just want to focus on the boss guy as usual. I could actually hit the enemies while they're still down. Okay, we got the key. We can enter the first floor room. So here, kicking furniture is best showcased. Okay. And for this final area, it's just regular combos. Alright, so that's that set piece. We just need to finish the remaining sub-story and the final boss of the part. Oh yeah, and Haruka is now kidnapped. Get Dynachair. So yeah, Haruka gets tricked by Katsuya here. And he tells her, oh yeah, come to this place alone. And she goes. Yeah, we're gonna go after her to the train station. Okay. Thought I could have a little bit of time off of the fight spawns, but oh my goodness. I don't understand why they put so many fight spawns in this game. So yeah, we'll finish this sub-story here before we head out.
Huh?
待て。ちゃう
あ
って。あ
And once again, we can kick things around. And just double check. Yep, that is 13 for Akiyama. Let me... So we don't need to focus on the minions on the side at all. Only Kanai. We actually hit him. There we go. And that's Kanai. Just have to watch these QTEs, that's all. And that is the long part of the run over. I didn't actually keep track of when I started part 3. But yeah, 6.5 hours in. We get into part 4. Our favorite baseball man. Alright, so what to say about Shinada? His specialty, I suppose, is weapons. So instead of using blackjacks, like with the other characters, Shinada gets an iron pipe that serves the purpose just fine, and it is an infinite durability one. So we just need to focus on keeping him drunk to boost his attack power. And then there's a certain way to keep up infinite combos on him, just like with Kiryu. The timing of Shinada's infinite combo is a lot harder than Kiryu's though. But yeah, anyway, welcome to the streets of Nagoya. The only time in the series that we are here. And if I could do a character introduction, this is a former baseball player. He currently is kind of like I guess you could call it freelancing. Just writing about a bunch of adult models and the adult industry in general. The whole story of him moving to Nagoya was because he was framed as stealing signals off of the opposing baseball team. So he never plays baseball again. But yeah, he moved to Nagoya to get away from all that. Alright, so we helped out the little brother of one of the employees here called Milky. Now we have an interview with Milky. We are interrupted by this guy, whose name is Uno. Shinoda owes him some money. But we have a walk and talk section. I can't leave though because there's a point where they just kind of stop. And at that point you can actually skip the text for a couple seconds. Right now you can't skip anything.
やばいって名古屋組とつながってるってこと？噂だけどよ。名古屋組って怖いのかな？俺も
That point right here.
金栄町に来て15年だけど、名古屋組どころかヤクザっぽいやつさえあんま見たことないよ。
声でけえよ。でもまあ多分どっかにはいるんだろうよ。噂だと蕎麦屋の出前が間違えて名古屋組の事務所に入っただけで目ん玉くり抜かれたとか聞いたぜ。とにかくこの辺じゃ泣く子も黙る組織って言われてんだ。そこと繋がってるようなやつから金なんか借りたらお前本気で殺されかねないぜ。
あら、宇野さん、俺のこと心配してくれてんの？
そりゃそうだろう。お前が死んだら3万返ってこねえもんよ。
ちゃんと返すっていつかは。
いつかじゃなくて今日。
なんでさ。
行きつけの店に今日新人の子が入ったんだよ。どうしても一番に味見したくてな。
それってシャチホコ娘のジュリアちゃんのこと？
さすが風俗ライター、よく知ってんな。
宇野さん、ほんと新人好きですね。でもあの子って元マッドマックスのナナコちゃんだよ。
え？あのおばはん？
店変えて源氏名変えただけ。
マジかよ。あ、待て。
Our boy is completely broke. He has 217 yen. His only hope is to bet on the batting center that he can win like 10,000 yen from it. Also, we'll answer these questions correctly. Futomomo and Milky. They are in random order. Futomomo and Milky. It doesn't matter as much in this run, but in any percent that is actually vital. But we have other money sources in this run. Okay. Here we have our tutorial fight. We're using weapons, but we won't actually use the weapon in this fight. But we do get the infinite durability iron pipe, which we will be using throughout the run. Get our first abilities as well. Loser's Lore. I mentioned that alcohol boosts your attack power. We'll make great use of that. Firstly, batting center. So we do actually get to play the batting minigame here. Shinoda has his own batting minigame, which is separate from the other batting minigame. So it works on this like cursor-like mechanic. This first one we can't hit. Oh, I actually missed that. That's embarrassing. Yeah, for some reason it often takes me a while to get used to this. But once I get into the flow of things, it's fine.
to
学生時代野球部だったのか。どんな人間にも一芸あるもんだね。
高杉さん。
俺？あ。
Both fight spawns are in full force now. The fight spawns are usually not that big of a problem in the city, to be honest, but the NPCs are the bigger issue, because these streets are super narrow. So oftentimes you can't even move at all. There's a bunch of people lined up in front of you. So, this is where we get to use the iron pipe and try out Shinada's infinite combo like that. Ah. Again, I mentioned that the timing is really tough, but I'll try to make it work. So chapter 1 was pretty much there. I would just go home. And look who shows up. Tatsuya once again. So now that chapter 2 starts, we have this guy, masked man. No one knows who it is. But he asks Shinada to investigate his past again and investigate the Nagoya family.
じゃああれがかいこれは偽そじゃあ
Alright, so we have one more baseball thing. But we can just quit out of this one. I never wonder about that. How much do the briefcases that they use actually cost? Do people handle big money like that? They seem like pretty expensive briefcases. Also, this is Coach Igarashi, Shinada's former coach. So, you can get training from him if you want, but we're not interested. Okay. Firstly, here's a restaurant. This is one of the ones that you can recommend. Get that sorted. And since we're still kind of broke, we have 17 yen. It's in our best interest to do this sub-story nearby. Called Shinada's interview. We get good money out of this. In this interview for this company, you basically tell them, I'll do anything. And they put that to the test. Yeah. This song that plays here is a banger, but it's not even an official track on the soundtrack. I don't remember what the name of it was. It does have a name, but not listed as an official soundtrack. Okay. Now we have money. Since we're here, might as well do this sub-story. Yeah, these two sub-stories can be summed up by, this is not what I wanted from this service, I'm gonna beat you up. Right, so we'll make use of this money soon by buying a bunch of alcohol and some lunch, as you do.
こうしてプロ野球界に帰ってこられましたのも多くの方々の努力とご支援があってのこと。遅すぎる春はないと信じ、日々地道に努力を続けてまいりました。多くの人々に希望を与えられるよう頑張ります。
And now Shinada gets beat up. Right, so if you haven't heard of this category, I mean, we just do all the sub-stories in the game. And if you don't know what sub-stories are, they are side quests. 78 of them in this game. And since the base game is already pretty long, it's about 6 hours for the any percent. Doing all the sub-stories adds about 4 hours to the run. Never mind the girl crying, we are going shopping. So we will buy a bento lunch set. A miso katsu lunch set. And we'll buy a bunch of beer. And I'll also drink one of the beers right now.
あ
Yeah, we have to find out if this guy is cheating.
あの
えああ
And yes, he is.
おい
ね
あ
はあ
Now we do a little bit more damage because of the drunkenness. Something that we will keep up.
えおうマジで
なあ
Right, so we go this way. There's two sub-stories kind of hidden behind this area. I have to help a local politician make a speech because he apparently can't do it, and Shinoda is somehow the perfect candidate for that. And a quick sub-story here. We have to give this guy a specific kind of meal. We already bought that from the M store. A misokatsu lunch set. And now for the actual speech. We can just say whatever. We can see squatters over there, gotta be careful. Anyway, we're gonna go see Milky again. And yeah. the result is kind of like, just go live your own life.
Yeah.
So we're going to be hanging out with an old scout.
Yeah. Oh. Nani? Nani? Yeah.
This new prodigy leaves, and we have to find him and convince him to come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's dealing with some shady people. As is the case.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
I'm trying to hit that guy. I guess he's already dead. And we have a chase segment. So this is one of those chase segments where you're not actually supposed to tackle the guy, you're just supposed to follow him to the destination. Okay.
Yeah.
And now he's back on the team. Yay. Don't spawn me next to the squatters, please. Okay. I can outrun this guy just fine. Let's see here. So we need to see the editor. That's who was calling us earlier and we gave the correct answers to. So we get the prize for that. We have to actually go there. I was wondering if you could skip this for now, but you have to see that scene. That is gonna be one of your ability trainers, but we don't have to interact with him at all. We just started a sub-story. Get to that in a little bit, but for now, we have to catch a chicken. And for this one, we need to actually hit it. And this unlocks a new minigame, which again, the minigame itself is not a sub-story, so we just have to unlock it, that's all. It's a pretty interesting chicken racing minigame, where you can breed your chickens to get certain qualities. And you need to get to like, I don't know, the 6th or 7th generation when it comes to the final tournaments. It's pretty intricate. Where did you come from? So that's one fight spawn so far in Kinecho. So I wanted to stop by, not the here, this restaurant. It's one of the recommended ones. And we are not gonna buy anything. So today we're gonna investigate with Takasugi. He's gonna stick with us for quite a while. And when he's with us, we can't actually do a whole lot of things. Most sub-stories are out of our reach. So we just have to follow the story while he's hanging out with us. Firstly, we're gonna meet up with Uno. And Uno is actually not here, so now we go on a wild goose chase all over the city.
いらっしゃいませ。
We are given 2 locations that are possible, but we already know the answer. So we'll just go to the correct one. There's Victory Road. We take the taxi down here. There's also a restaurant right near this taxi. That's gonna be the final recommendation restaurant. We actually find Uno over here. Oh, right, these events. So something sus is happening. We are investigating the tracks of the Nagoya family. And suddenly, crazy stuff is happening to us. So it's best to stay, like, in the middle of the road. That first QTE is basically mandatory. I've seen instances where it doesn't happen, but it's pretty rare. Most of the time that first QTE happens, but the rest of them are pretty much avoidable. You'll have like a window falling on you, car hits you, stuff like that. Oh, back to the middle of the road to avoid QTEs. Okay, well here's another QTE. So we try to find someone responsible, find some old acquaintances.
But
And he gave us a warning: if you investigate any further, you're done for. I think now we're safe from the QTEs, if I remember correctly. So we will drink a beer real quick, get back drunkenness, and we'll buy a bunch of abilities. So we get stability from here. Get the guard break ability from tech. And then we get some heat. The heat boosting is pretty useful for spamming heat actions with the iron pipe. We're under attack. So this is another chase segment where we just have to have them lead us to the destination, but this time we actually have to do some damage, because otherwise they loop before we get to the destination. And also, it's a good way of keeping up heat. This is fine. It'll speed up. We get there faster. So yeah, good way to keep up heat. We want to have full heat when we get to the fight after this. Like... So, at the end here, I'll throw the bottle at him. Get that heat back up. And what happens to the members that get caught? And this happens. Oh, he's got his own iron pipe. This is why having that extra heat is useful. You can immediately do another heat action after the first one. Yeah, that was an easy boss fight. And now, what happens to Sakai when he was about to say something? He dies. Wait, what is the funny tile time? Oh, Mahjong maybe. It would be interesting to have runs where it's actually incorporated. I mean, in, was it Lost Judgment? It actually has some Mahjong in it, in the ass category. Okay, gotta avoid this guy. Go on the other side of the street. Get caught on everything too. Oh, was it the first judgment? Yeah, I don't remember because I think one of them required you to open up the secondary Mahjong place. And I thought that was Lost Judgment. It was the Mahjong with the different rules. Alright. I guess I'm confusing them. Yeah, I guess that would make sense though, because the original judgment is just in Kamurocho, so it makes sense that there's multiple places in the city. Whereas Lost Judgment, as it has 2 cities that you visit, Mahjong places are split like that. Yeah. So anyway, Uno is in trouble. And you gotta go check on him. And now we finally can split up from Takasugi. Yeah, K2 has a Mahjong sub-story as well. You can just use the cheat tile on it though. Let's see. 3 beers should last us. Yeah, I've seen you riding the judge ass route. I've been thinking, like, at one point I thought about routing it, but I didn't want to bother with it yet, because I was playing these games. Alright. I think for me, the problem with running any Dragon Engine games is I don't know how well my PC would actually handle that, especially when it's a longer category. Right, so now we will be a store clerk. And we will actually get all the choices right. Should I microwave this? Fork. And then calculating the change. Should I microwave that? Right, we've done a good job. And now we have to catch a shoplifter. should actually just fail these QTEs every time. Oh. Faster. Bottle does so much more damage. Thanks a lot for the expired lunch set that lowers my health when you eat it. Super useful. Alright, so now we go to the set piece. And we get accosted. And Takasugi came in clutch. I wish the camera wouldn't move like that. Anyway, so we'll just be spamming these attacks, which is like the light attack, heavy attack, grab. That's the main combo. Also, we have a forklift chase, which is kind of broken. The forklift is faster than us. I think it's specifically the PC version where that happens. So, it'll just eventually crash into you. Okay. Sometimes you can force it to do those turns on these boxes. Not a very reliable method. Okay. Now we're back to the normal gameplay.
せたやつには消えてもらう。それじゃくっそ。
Alright. Takasugi actually did something. Cool. We'll be fighting Kubota multiple times through here. Gonna show up right here too. There's a little delay to when you can actually attack him. Yep. That's annoying. Yeah, you don't have to deal with the other enemies, they just disappear. And from here on we can just go to the final area after we defeat Kubota one more time. You can just grab more heat by defeating one of the fallen enemies. And then we fight Kubota one last time. Ah. Right, and then the final boss for the set piece as well. That's not what I intended. This heat action. This QTE should finish him. There we go. And into chapter 4. Call the masked man over. And then decide to leave. Smart ideas. Yeah, we'll be doing all the cleanup before we come back. Firstly, oh, it's spawn. I wonder if that's bad.
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
このお店ですか。それじゃあ早速。美味しいねこれ。待ってるよ。いや。へえ。美味しそう。素晴らしい。待ってるよ。いや。
Alright. Last time we have to recommend him something. We'll still have to see his new dishes.
へえ。いただきます。美味しい。
Oh, we'll go there right away. Oh. The new dish is here. Also, yeah, now the masked man is calling us back. Like, why did you leave your place? Good question.
Hi.
This sub-story is interesting. You're supposed to take like a hidden scoop photo of some guy, but you can just like be found out immediately and the sub-story is over super quick. And yeah, the game doesn't actually tell you where he is, but we obviously know where he is. It's right here. So, run straight into him. That's the strat. And the sub-story is over. Here we have to sort this guy's papers correctly. It's 4213 and then 3214. That's another super quick one. We'll spend some time in the northwest, near the batting center. Couple sub-stories inside, and then there's one outside. Where's the fight spawn? I don't even see you. Over there. So we see a sick woman and we walk away. We'll have to go back to her later. Anyway, time to go batting. So for Pedro here, this is our revelation, but we just have to hit a home run. This can be a little tricky. Okay, yep. I'm still not in the groove of things fully, so... That was a tough one to hit with such small circles. The more you play, the bigger the circles become and the easier it is to hit. Okay. So, this sub-story is the new employee here. So she gives us 3 challenges to complete. We can actually skip the first one. Right, we have to leave and then come back. So, for the first challenge, you can quit. And as a prize, you have to give her a lunch set. Bento lunch set. So that's the first challenge done. And yes, keep forgetting, leave after each one. What was this? Was it 3 home runs in 5 pitches? 2 home runs, okay, that's fine. You can see the circles are already bigger. Just have to get the timing right. That's not the right thing. Okay. 1 home run. Slightly off. The third challenge is honestly a bit easier in my opinion. It's where you have to hit 5 out of 5, but not home runs, just hit the ball. Okay, we got the home run. Nice. Barely passed. Oh, leave and enter. So hit 5 out of 5. Let's not get any fouls, please. Okay. Okay, nice. We passed. Alright then. We'll do the sub-story that's right outside here. Essentially the gist of it is, this woman is sick and we just give her some medicine. Get that one. We have one more sub-story to do for Shinoda. By the way, I didn't mention that Shinoda is the only character who we do all of his sub-stories within his part. For the other characters, we do some in the finale. There's one last sub-story here that is called Daddy Papa. And it is a parody of none other than Lady Gaga. And that is Daddy Papa. So we just have to show her around and be a bodyguard as well. So they took Daddy Papa. Alright, so that is 15 out of 15 for Shinoda. Now we just have to finish the main story of the part. And we got that text right now. That's confirmation that that is 15 out of 15. Now we finally go back home, where the masked man is waiting.
Also, 時間わかっ
なじつまんで
お前
けうし
つらい
し
ど
きふ
さ
すうしぜ
なな俺ごもう
And he reveals himself to be... Oh my god, it's Daigo. How could this be?
たしタイガ
たい
さん
い
かむ
こ
俺で
い
あそう
わ
バカそう
だ
当時でも俺はたす当時だもうすぐ今安心
And we have to fight him.
力で止めるしかないってことか死ぬと分かっている場所に行かせるわけにはいかない極道としてもお前の友人としてもな
俺がそんなにやわな男かどうか確かめてみるんだな
覚悟はいいな達夫
ああ
And, you know, surprisingly, Daigo is a pretty easy boss fight.
Tatsu. No. Tatsu. So.
Daigo is really standing on Shinada's futon with his shoes on. That's kind of insane.
Go. More. Sa. Oma. Yu. Fuji. Ki. So. Oma. Eh. Dang. Kick. De. To. Ko. Ore. Mo. Sa. Yeah.
警察どうあれあれおなおそしなしほんまそまつのどそだかんそおいあす俺ふじゃふしと
Alright, and now we have a big fight. There's a boss enemy in here. I don't remember where exactly. I'll just hope that the boss enemy aggroes onto the other guy. I'll deal with the guys who have weapons. They can be troublesome. But the boss guy is there. Oops. It doesn't really matter. And then we have QTE. This is one of those QTEs that if you fail it, then it's a game over. But on easy difficulty, it doesn't really matter. You can just press retry. But imagine on legend difficulty. Yep, and that's part 4 done. We are moving on to the finale. We're playing as Kiryu again. And something to point out that you might not remember that I sometimes forget is that I'm wearing the Beads of Good Fortune, which means there will be no fight spawns. But anyway, just gathering information and then find out that someone is following us. By the way, when I say that there will be no fight spawns, that's not entirely true. There's one kind of enemy that is known as Raiden. He can appear kind of wherever he wants. He doesn't make any real noise. He just kind of runs up to you, and he has quite a lot of health, so it just takes him a while. It takes a while to take him down. Oh, it's Baba.
服切るなとこそこわかるいき手加減しませんよ
And that was Baba. And now we are friends. And from here we switch to a different point of view. Saejima is also in Kamurocho now, along with the detective. But yeah, it's a lot of character switching in the finale. And at times you can even choose who to play as. Well, since we'll be heading to Purgatory, we'll be doing Saejima's final sub-story there, as it is in the way. Back to the dojo.
Oh! Huh? Hey.
Alright, now the dojo is protected. Even though Saejima said he has special memories of this place, I wouldn't call them special, in my point of view at least. And way to punch someone in the head who's already bleeding. Alright, so that's 15 out of 15 Saejima. Now we'll go to Purgatory. This is pretty much the last time you see Florist in the series. And of course, because the Florist is involved, we have to fight in the Colosseum. That is a familiar face from 7 hours ago. So we have to fight Aizawa. So we do the usual strategy of throw, light heavy, heat action, pick him up, Get some more heat. Throw again and repeat. All right. We get to see Akiyama returning to Kamurocho.
いや 俺おどんほらとね
So, there is one extra task we have to do as Akiyama here in this chapter, and that is to actually see Tatsuya's new dish, because we haven't seen that yet. It is located in Kamurocho. Yo, can you stop? And it really seems like this bad luck with white spawns has been specific to Akiyama for some reason. But yes, so we have to see Tatsuya's new dish. That is gonna be the final time. Also, Shinada is here now. Well, the plot is multiple people are trying to stop the concert from happening, but we want it to actually happen. So we buy some booze with our leftover money to bring over to people for information. Okay, fight spawn. So do not forget to talk to the homeless guy. We'll stop over at Gondrai. That is the restaurant with the new dish. There we go. Now Tatsuya's training is fully complete. And that way we can unlock a certain sub-story for Kiryu that involves Tatsuya. And so you can't complete it if the entirety of Tatsuya's training is not done. We got some revelations. Park, Katsuya, and Majima all know each other. Also, we get a naked Katsuya doing push-ups.
今回の T セットのメジャーデビューコンサートは急遽決定したものです。関西のテレビ局で放映されていたプリンセスリーグの決勝で活躍したダイナチェアさん所属の沢村遥さんが日本ドームでのメジャーデビューコンサートを予定していたのですが、その都合がつかなくなってしまったことから急遽決勝で対戦した T セットが代わりにコンサートをする運びとなりました。
それでは本当に緊急なコンサート開催になると。
ええ、そういうことになりますね。ですが T セットの2人はすでにとある著名の先生から楽曲提供を受けメジャーデビューする予定になってましたから、コンサートの開催自体に問題はありません。私ども大阪芸能としては、これをラッキーなきっかけとして、沢村遥さんには申し訳ないんですが。
どこ行く気や。勝也のとこに決まってるじゃないですか。いや、俺
桐生さん、どちらへ？
ババ、お前は残ってくれ。
So now we can choose which character we play as, either Kiryu or Sajima. We want to play as Kiryu now because he can do the Tatsuya sub-story, and Sajima doesn't have any sub-stories left to do. So, we'll head to Cafe Alps. So who else to come up with a new dish than Tatsuya? But over here, we are going to eat the... Excuse me. Need to get my health up. Didn't realize it was this low. We eat both the parfaits and an original beef curry. So you can see in the top left, some of those buffs are up. So our heat actions now do more damage, and we just do more damage in general with regular attacks. But we have to go meet with Tatsuya. He's on Theater Square. And we don't have to see Tatsuya anymore. Kiryu only has one sub-story left, and that is going to be the final sub-story. Now we head to the set piece. And once again, when we enter the set piece, we can choose a character. This time we're going to go with Sajima. He deals with this next part better, actually. Alright. We have to deal with each wave of these enemies before we move on to the next one. Come on. Okay. Now, with this final wave, we can actually just run past everyone. Yeah, the only thing is we like to not get grabbed. So now we're inside Kamurocho Hills. Okay, and then we have a QTE here, but they just throw a bunch of furniture. It's faster to fail it. Let's go all around the structure. Avoiding all the enemies. Here we're gonna do a cool skip again. Text box stacking essentially. Right. Gonna turn around right away. Camera facing this way and skip all the enemies, and we head to the elevator where normally a boss would spawn, but since the text box was up, we skipped the boss and we're just straight up there. So standard boss stuff. Right. Oh, these guys disappear. Right. These guys fear, so I'll grab a little bit of heat off of that. And then this red suit guy is kind of annoying, so we will use our climax heat action on him. So, all four of us are up here. We have some fights. First, Kiryu fights Watase. Yeah, so with this buff that we got from eating at Cafe Alps, we do quite an outrageous amount of damage. If we can actually land. Okay, we'll just do that. Then, in terms of Katsuya, we just fight it like we would fight normal bosses as Saejima. Alright, and then winner against winner, so Kiryu versus Saejima. We are gonna pick Kiryu. So the 2-hit actions is all you need from the blackjacks. Then it's QTE time. What should be. And nothing is resolved. We just fight for nothing. And Kiryu gets shot as well.
ええ、これもじゃ俺おかあなた
ね、
こっち
お前
俺いい病
な
このだが黒さん
Right. So the plot thickens, but we go to chapter 4 where we just play as Haruka. Gotta finish all of her stuff as well. She has 2 sub-stories to do.
たしでも
だ
つそれ
だ
は
だからあた
やあた
いや
ちゃん
え
そんせそ
どう
よ
でも
プリ
俺おだ
ど
ただこのな
So essentially, Haruka and T-Set
で
are gonna combine into one group to perform all together. What's this? Baba shows up.
こ
みな
But before we go to see Baba, going back to the office. There's a sub-story here. So since the other employee, Horia, is still in the hospital from falling from the Dynachair building, we are going to get an idol's autograph for him. Cheer him up. But yeah, we'll see Baba at the park now.
でも秋
秋
そう
よあ
はるどうはる
おじ
だい
またありど
俺
そ
And the last sub-story to actually unlock is this one. The Yamaura's former partner shows up. She's a real piece of work. She's talented. So we are going to have a dance battle with her.
Eh. よろしくお願いします。
よろしくな。
And that was an easy dance battle. And finally, the sub-story we started at the office requires us to go back to Soltenbury. We'll quickly take the taxi there. There's a big trigger for a side story there on the side, to the right. We'll actually try to go on the left side here to avoid it. So we just want to go to this building. We get Iris' autograph. Right, so with this, Haruka sub-stories are done. Hold on, I didn't get a text yet. Let me double check. Yes, 15 out of 15. Cool, cool, cool. So everyone's meeting up here. Finally all coming together.
しかし、この、おそで、その、いや、今日、ずっと、その、当時、ね、どう、遅い、そして、かつ、遅い、で、その、きり、
So after they yap for a few more minutes, we start the final chapter, in which we still have 2 sub-stories to finish for Akiyama. And then the actual final sub-story. And then we have to beat all the final bosses.
もし、確かだが、明日、ま、しょ、こん、どちゃかじおりふたはるたまに
Alright, and now Shinoda is here, so the gang is truly all together. I like that line, who's this guy? And then they do a goofy introduction. Now, final chapter. First things first. Go to the item box here. And I drop off the beads of good fortune here. And yes, select character as well. And do that here. Change to Akiyama. Pick up the beads of good fortune. I don't want to deal with fight spawns. So much garbage in here. Alright. Now we'll finish those 2 Akiyama sub-stories. This is the chef of... What's the restaurant's name? I don't remember the name of it, but it's a restaurant in Sotenbori. He came here and wants some tips on new menu items, so we just ask everyone at the hideout here what they think.
Yeah.
明太子 salmon, and chicken wings. Now that I remember, let me upgrade these abilities. We want Boozer's Lore on Akiyama as well. We'll be grabbing some alcohol for the boss fights. And we want some health gauge boosts as well, so that we can make better use of the restaurant boosts. We also get some useful abilities while we're at it. So, we have this sub-story. Basically an ad for a watch.
Yep.
This watch makes you look cool.
Yep.
So get some tips at Elise, which is Akiyama's club. And then we go to this Popo. Get some fashion tips from the magazines. Also, while we're here, we're gonna buy some alcohol.
いらっしゃいませ。ありがとう。
Okay, back to the guy. Also, yeah, I'll stop over at Matsuya real quick. We get some of those food boosts. Want to eat beef rice, bibimbap, and it was the 2 pork meals. We get strength 2 levels and spirit 2 levels. They're really showing off the watch. Hate the camera turning. So now we just see the results. Alright, and then we finish off the treats from all over sub-story. And that should be it for Akiyama sub-stories. Yep. And we should have a question mark outside of Serena. There we go. That is gonna be the final sub-story. So we have to actually interact with the guy as Kiryu. And these fights can be pretty tough. I mean, specifically, Sango is a really annoying boss fight. With the others, I haven't had as much trouble. I mean, yeah, we'll see what happens. Akiyama's is probably the easiest. You can just literally spam square and triangle. Just takes a while. And these almonds have quite a lot of health bars. It's interesting to compare Yakuza 4 and 5, because in 4 you had some options to cheese the fights. Specifically, the gun users could cheese the fight by just using like a revolver or something. In this game, that's not really an option. So, drink some sake and go to town. This is all Akiyama's gonna do. Spam these combos. Kazuya just has a really high guard constantly. So it's kind of annoying to deal with him. And if you stop attacking, then he'll go on the offensive, and he's faster than Akiyama, to be honest. Better to just stun lock him. Yep. This is why. Okay. So, we can actually utilize this. Yeah. So I wanted to... Press triangle, thank you. Let's just finish the fight normally. There we go. Next up, Jiro Amon. We fight as Saejima. The annoying part of this fight is when he summons these clones of himself. Like, otherwise this has really not been as big of a problem. We do Essence of Clotheslining. What? That did not do much. Okay. But this is when he truly gets annoying. Oh. Oh. It would be ideal if I could actually separate them, but Jiro has these heat actions as well, so he can do this for a while. So, I want to separate them a little further, if you could. I don't actually have that many items. Just get to full. Nice. So this is going to be useful. That I actually got this climax heat up. This takes care of all the clones. And also does decent damage to the boss. Really, there's one clone left? Okay. He's dead. That took a little bit longer than I would like. But we got through it. Now this one, Sango, is completely unfair. He has the ability to levitate. Because, you know, everything else wasn't enough. So we're gonna do my lightspeed catch. We're gonna increase our health and enhance grab. So ideally we'd keep him in this infinite combo for the entire fight, but it's really easy to drop the inputs, as you can see. I forgot to drink beer. Was really debuffing myself there. Okay. So at a certain health point, he's gonna transform into a levitating being. We really don't want him to do that. So if we can manage to keep him down on the ground constantly, then he won't start levitating. But again, if I drop the input during that, then the fight is gonna be a lot longer. Ah. Okay, well, there goes the levitation. The thing about the Ammons as well, if you use any weapons with limited durability, they will immediately lose all of their durability if they hit them. But this is an infinite durability weapon, so it's fine to use it. Yeah, this attack is what I was talking about, that this fight is gonna take a while. When he's levitating like that, preparing for that attack, he cannot be attacked normally. And you just have to wait it out. Yeah. Really annoying fight. He's almost down. Oh my god. I wish you wouldn't do this constantly, man. There we go. We have one more Amon fight. This one is also kind of an endurance test. We'll see how long we can keep up this infinite combo for. Because this Amon has, I don't know how many health bars, like 10 health bars or something. Okay, well, for that entire duration we're supposed to do this. It's called the bounding throw. Alright, that's Amon's done. Yeah, I wouldn't actually recommend that strat in a casual playthrough. Because it's really a timing thing. I mean, unless you want to spend time learning that timing. The thing is, it's different for a lot of other bosses versus Amon. So if you learn the Amon timing, it doesn't match the other bosses if you would want to use on them. So it's not super straightforward. Anyway, remember to read the completion email and pick up your prize. The prize for completing all sub-stories is the golden pistol. is a very powerful weapon. Some would say overpowered. I would agree. But we're gonna have Kiryu equip that and Amon sunglasses to make weapon attacks basically do double damage. We can steamroll through the rest of the bosses here, because the game is not over yet. Just a heads up for staff, I think there's like 20 minutes left, I'd say. This is way underestimate, by the way. I didn't expect it. Yep, so we enter this whole segment of final bosses. So basically a boss rush to end the game.
速報です。本日17時過ぎ、警視庁は東京カムロ町中心部にあるビルミレニアムタワーが何者かによって占拠されたとの発表をしました。犯人は広域指定暴力団東上会の幹部真島五郎氏を人質に最上階に立てこもっているとのことです。繰り返します。
So for this first fight, actually the group splits into two. So Kiryu and Akiyama stay here. Saejima and Shinada go underground. So we can pick between Kiryu or Akiyama here. If we have a choice of Kiryu, we will always pick Kiryu, because he has the golden pistol and he can one-shot everything. That weapon is way too powerful. Let us show the power of the golden pistol. Turn around the camera so that the enemies spawn in a specific way. Kanai shows up. We can just shoot him too. Then the next phase, we will be going into the sewers. We're gonna pick Saejima. We have another skip coming up here. Another case of text box stacking. This is probably the biggest time save with that method. For this first phase, nothing changes, but for the second part, I'll mention it. Yeah, so for this group of enemies, we want to leave a few of them alive here. We're gonna take care of some of them here in the way. And we're gonna touch this barrier. It's gonna trigger a text box. Basically, Shinada says, hey, come back here. So, try to trigger it again. Take care of some enemies. Let's see if it lets us through now or not. Yep, it lets us through. So not all the enemies are taken care of, and Shinada is still complaining, hey, you should come back here, but we are already past that point. So we can get to the next area trigger, which gives us the mini boss here, and we don't have to deal with any of the guys along the way. Pretty handy. Okay. You have this QTE, which is, again, another game over QTE if you fail it. Alright, we can move on. This is where Saijima and Shinada will split up. Make sure that these are in working condition. We have our first final boss. It sounds kind of strange to say, but there's 4 final bosses. Each character has their own. Saijima fights with Majima.
俺らの最後の喧嘩の花しっかり咲かせたらやないかい。
Do a quick clotheslining here. We fail the first QTE, and we do the second QTE. Wow, I only have one of these. That's not what I wanted to use it for anyway. Yeah, so Majima can also use cloning. I'm shocked that I actually ran out of staminans. If I had the heat, I would do this a lot better, to be honest. But God. Let's finish him with blackjack light attacks. I'll do this kitty. Normally, you'd get Majima to like 1 HP and fail this QTE. But since I ran out of stamina, which is kind of rare, I have to pivot to something normal. There we go, that's Majima down. Second boss. Shinada fights Baba.
偉そうな口聞くんじゃねえ。
So for Baba, we only do the first QTE. And the rest goes on its own. Wow. Yeah. Okay, so that's Baba down. And we're going back to Kiryu and Akiyama together. We of course pick Kiryu for this. And use the golden pistol. And now Kiryu and Akiyama are gonna split up. Kanai is the third boss. And Akiyama is obviously the one fighting him. Alrighty. Pretty sure we're still drunk. Okay, just gotta make sure about these positionings. Just hit one button, press off, and we're good to go. There we go. Blackjack heat action does absurd amounts of damage with this spirit boost. Just over 1 health bar. Oh, with this, QTEs are gonna do the rest. And with Kanai down, that leaves just Kiryu and the final boss. Which goes on for a while, even though we have the golden pistol, we just have to sit through about 5 minutes of QTEs. Genuinely, it's quite a lot. Who is the final boss? It is Aizawa. So the strat here is, we'll let him go down to like the 3rd health bar-ish. He has 3 health bars, that is. About here, he goes into this phase, where he like taunts you, and the rest is QTEs. Yeah, I actually did more than necessary damage. I'm still holding the gun. Right. I was gonna go grab him, but it's whatever. So when we get to the outside, Aizawa has 3 healing phases. We'll just shoot through all of them, but after those healing phases, he goes into his final QTE. So, I'll mention the healing phases, of course. This QTE is faster to fail. So now we go outside. He's gonna start his healing phases. It does a little Super Saiyan kind of move. That's healing phase 1, healing phase 2, healing phase 3, and the final QTE is when the time ends. And that's time. GG's. That run went quite a lot better than I expected. I mean, that's world record straight up. Even though I had a lot of fight spawns interrupt me constantly, especially in Akiyama's part, I need to really count those as well, how many fight spawns I had. But yeah, that went pretty good. And we can enjoy this song for a little bit. So since I'm ahead of schedule, I don't know if the next runner is ready or not, but yeah. Yeah, we can watch this ending cutscene. I don't mind staying here for that.
ちょっと何やってるの？次の曲始まるわよ。はるか。実は皆さんにどうしても話しておかなければならないことがあります。今、私がこのステージの上に立てているのは決して自分一人の力ではありません。私を支えてくれた事務所の社長やマネージャー、ダメな私を見捨てずに指導してくれた先生方、プリンセスリーグで互いに競い合ったライバルたち、そして何よりもこんな私のことを応援してくれるみんなのおかげです。でもそんなみんなに隠していたことがあります。 それは私の家族のことです。私はずっと自分の親の顔を知らずに育ちました。親のいない私にとって養護施設で一緒に暮らす子供たちや面倒を見てくれるおじさんは本当の家族以上に大切な存在でした。でもその大好きなみんなから私は離れてしまいました。アイドルとしてデビューするためです。
何やってんだあいつは。警備に指示して止めさせろ。はい。
アイドルって女の子なら誰もが一度は夢に見ますよね。もちろん私もそうでした。でも私にはそれ以上に決して裕福とは言えない現実がありました。私は自分がアイドルになって成功することで養護施設の経営を助けられると思いました。しかしそれは同時に私をこれまで育ててくれた大事な人との絆を断ち切ることにつながったんです。私を育ててくれたおじさんは昔極道と呼ばれていた人でした。他の人から見たら怖いかもしれないけど、私にとってのおじさんは強くて優しくて頼りがいがあるけど、でもどこかちょっと抜けてて、私はそんなおじさんのことが大好きでした。けど今はもうおじさんのことを家族とは呼んじゃいけないんです。それでも私後悔はしてません。私にこの世界を見せてくれた事務所の社長には言葉にはできないくらいの感謝をしています。毎日が新鮮な驚きに満ちていて、嬉しいこと、楽しいこと、辛いこと、悲しいこと、たくさんありました。これからもそんな生活が続くのかと思うと心がワクワクします。けどファンのみんなや何より自分自身に嘘をついて生きていくことは私にはできません。私の夢はアイドルになること。でももう一つあったんです。大好きな人たちと一緒に幸せに暮らすこと。今日この舞台に立って私にとって何が一番大事なのかやっと分かりました。だからもうこれ以上歌うことはできません。私は桐生一馬の家族です。
I'll be honest, I don't know if this song for the credits is the MCA or not. But yeah, thanks all for watching. You can probably go to a transition screen from here.